Yes, I think the 10th of May.
Oh, that's not too long to wait. Then that'll be here before we know it.
Right? Yeah, so we've got Easter in between, and then, but I'm not here in June because we've got a wedding.
Oh, lovely. Very nice.
Not mine, my daughter. So, we're giving June this, so it'll be lovely.
Plenty of other things going.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do check out, where can we find you on social media? Have you got a Facebook group?
I don't have a website, but I do have an Alison Marion Designs Facebook page, and I also have just the Alison Marion Facebook page if you want all my family bits and pieces as well.
I love that. Get to know you personally.
And I do put stuff on Instagram occasionally, so yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing all your knowledge with us. And the hints, tips, brilliant. Brilliant hours. Do go back and watch Alison's previous show as well. That was at 9 o'clock this morning. Now I'm going to be with you for our last live hour of the day here at Sewing Street, straight after the break. We've got some fabulous tools and kind of things to enhance your sewing room. We spend a lot of time in our sewing rooms, don't we? So it's nice to have some tips that you can scatter around. I'll see you at the other side of this.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewelry Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memories. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. You can join us for the entire weekend or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is go to the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Patterns. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut,
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing loops. Absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together, use it in the stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you're using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice live.
Very good morning, everyone. Hello, welcome to Sewing Street. You've got me all day today. Well, for the next 5 hours till 1 o'clock. I'm super excited. For anybody that doesn't know me, I'm Tim. I regularly guest demonstrate on the show with lots of dressmaking skills. We're going to have some dressmaking skills today. It's going to be fabulous. I'm really excited to meet Rebecca. Can you believe I've never met her before? And today we've had a good conflict as we were going through, and we're going to have a great show for you lined up. Super excited. But it's nice and early. I've been up nice and early, but it's worth it. Here we go. Let's do our early bird. Wonderful. Well, this is brand new fabric and I love it. Look at this. It's extra wide. 100% cotton. Oh, this is a bit of me, this is. I mean, it's called backing, but you could do really gorgeous quality. As I'm touching it, you can really feel that. But I just love these like brush strokes in this fabric. Do you know what? We're going to get producer Hannah out because we've got a fabulous team that work here at Sewing Street, and we're going to show you exactly how wide this fabric is for your early bird. Let's get it out here. Here's Hannah. Come on, Hannah. Let's get you on camera. Oh gosh, it is wide, isn't it? Everybody, morning, Hannah. Here we go. Look how wide this is. Some lounge pants. I saw a palazzo pants in these. They'd be really jazzy, wouldn't they? Oh, yeah, look at that. this is well worth having in your stash. I love the in it, and as I say, fabulous. She just said she's going to make it more affordable for us. That's going to be brilliant. It's got £12.99 in the graphics at the moment on your screen, but you know, here is at Sewing Street. That's not what you're going to be paying this morning. Brand new, early bird, gorgeous, crashing it right down to £10.99. Look at that. Oh, you've got to have a little bit of this in your stash. Oh, we've got a message. Lovely to see you, Adam. Have a great day. Barbara. Oh, well, Barbara, it's lovely to see you too from Cambridgeshire. And a message from Patricia as well. Lovely to see Adam presenting smiley emoji. Oh, lovely. Morning, Adam. What a treat to have you presenting now. Wow. I know. Well, that's what I thought. It'll be a treat, or depending on when me and Rebecca get gassing. We've been talking in the green room. All hell could break loose because we're already sort of dressing and we've been having a giggle. That's fabulous. So, yeah, that is your early bird. Let's just have a look at it again because it's beautiful. But this is really artsy. This is really nice. All those colours. Yeah, do you know what? Like, you could use it for all sorts of things. 100% cotton. What about doing a bit of quilting with it? I mean, it's called backing, but you could use it for anything. This could be the star of the show in your next project. Really, really nice. And you saw how white it was when me and Hannah were putting it up there. So that's great. So lots of people are checking out this. It's a great way to open your baskets as well for your shopping today as well. What a lovely surprise to see the lovely Adam presenting in the morning, sent by Lynn in Surrey. Oh, thanks very much, Lynn. It's great to be here, honestly. Of course, I love coming on and demo dressmaking. We're going to get to do later on with Rebecca because she's got some great projects. Yeah, it's going to be nice to chat dressmaking with somebody I don't usually. Good morning, Adam. Have a fabulous day. I can't quite read the screen on. Oh, Susan. It says Susan from Greater Manchester. Thank you, Susan. Lovely. So a third of the stock of fabric is now gone. So if you're wanting it, but you could get solid colours as well. We've got some options that you could pair with this as well. And we're going to talk colour cubes. Maybe if you're thinking you're quilting, maybe half square triangles using this and then a solid colour. So it would really mix with some solids. And then if you've got maybe some blenders in your stash as well, would be really, really nice. Everybody's messaging Facebook as well. Good morning, Adam, says Karen. Good morning, June. Fran, morning. Hopefully you'll have a fun show. Oh, it's going to be about that. The fabric's fun. Look at this. Sandra, good morning, Adam. Great to have you presenting. Thank you very much. Louise, just have a great day. Gorgeous, oh, I say. I've put my waistcoat and my nice shirt on just for you, Louise. Man of many talents. Love to see you doing some presenting from Tasha Burleson. And Fran going to she's been imagining that fabric being used for a stuffed toy. Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah, can you imagine a nice stuffed toy? That would be really, really nice thing to do. Oh, I've got another message coming in. This is great. Here he is. So excited. Love you, Jenny and Dave. Morning, Jenny. And for anybody that doesn't know, that's Jenny Jackson. CPP, and Dave is her dog. She's got a lovely cockapoo. Dave, he celebrated his birthday the other week, you know, and get this, he met up with all of his brothers from the litter and his sisters, and there were pictures on Instagram and everything. We talk dogs nowadays, me and Jenny, because she's got dogs, I've got dogs, and it was National Pet Day yesterday, wasn't it? There you go. Wonderful. Over half the stock is gone. So yeah, think about it, keep an eye on it, because you might find that it will work nicely with some of the other fabrics that we've got as well. Right, as I said, we've got an exciting day for you. So let's have a little look at what's coming up today. So 8 a.m, that's colour cubes and fabric bundles. That's with myself, so we're going to be showing you some wonderful fabrics, get you inspired this morning on a Sunday. 9 o'clock, I've told you, I'm excited. It's a new launch, Emporia Patterns, the Cassie dress with Rebecca Harrison. I just can't wait for that. All things dressmaking in that hour. Then we move on to 10 o'clock, sewing room tools. So it's going to be a nice mixed bag here, a bit of dressmaking, some Orifil thread packs as well, back in stock that we're going to be getting to. So we might have some nice things with you for there as well. So that's sewing room tools at 10. 11, we're welcoming Rebecca Harrison back with a unisex pattern this time, the Elliot cardigan. Lovely jubbly. Emporia Patterns, again, a new pattern for us here at Sewing Street. I'm quite excited about this hour. I have one of these myself at home. It's the green machine and accessories. So if you've been thinking potentially this could be the perfect big tool for your sewing room, then the opportunity at 12. We've also got some refills as well for the green machine, which might be of interest to you. Not only for your bag making, but you can incorporate in your dressmaking as well, and all sorts of sewing projects. So, we like hearing from you. We love it when you message in. So, you can get in touch with us here in the studio. All you have to do is email us at studio@sewingstreet.com. Send some photographs if you want of projects that you've done. We can. We always endeavour to do that. But it's great to have your input on the show because it's lovely to hear from you. That's it, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also get in touch on Facebook. I know a few of you have been already, which is absolutely fabulous. And yeah, obviously you've got the website as well as you're shopping and opening your baskets. So there's the website there. And there's the free phone number 0800 001 4433 to buy, completely free, based in the UK. So any issues, of course, happy to help. Let's show the website. For anybody that's new joining us, not familiar with the website, www.sewingstreet.com. If you head on to the top right-hand corner, you can click Watch Live. Shows us today's show as well. There's the message box there. Hello! And most importantly, underneath, you'll find two columns. Everything that we're showing today in one column and what's coming up as well. So there you can see, have a look ahead. If you want to shop ahead, feel free. So there you go. You can see all of these wonderful fabrics. Look at those Jason Yent fabrics. Look at them. They're coming up. Lovely and bright and getting us in the mood for spring. This dressmaking pattern, just to warn you, is already flying out. Perfect for this time of year. It's a really simple make, but we'll get on to that when we have Rebecca on at 9 o'clock. So there you are, lots of different things. You can see a few of the sewing tools as well. Right, we're going to do something that I was quite intrigued about actually, and that is a bundle of our colour cubes. Now, we've not had these on very long, and Hannah's reliably informed me that they're not actually very easy to get hold of in the UK. You might be thinking, what is this that adds? Is it a giant's Rubik's Cube? No, it's not as hard as one of those. These are brilliant. They are colour cards. So there's two sets, both are different, and you can see the screen there. So for set 1 and 2, the bundle price, £74.99 is the original, but we're taking £10 off, £64.99. Now, we've for the very first time put these items onto split pay. So normally that would start £100 making this more affordable for you. So if it is something you wanted to get involved with and have for your sewing room or at home, then even if you were wanting to buy them maybe as a gift for somebody, because they're great for sewers, they're great for knitters, for people studying graphic design or off to university. Basically, what they are is inspiration for colour. All right, that's what they are. Let me show you some of these cards here. I'm just going to pull a random selection out here. Almost a little bit of a menu on some of them because there's food on some of them as well. Look at this one. If ever you get stuck up with maybe the colours that you use, oh, I certainly do, and sometimes just need a little bit of inspiration in terms of what colours will go. Sometimes, do you ever see somebody wearing something and go, I wouldn't have ordinarily put those colours together, but do you know what, that really worked? This is your guide for that. So you can see on these cards, I've just got a random few out here, that you've got all of your colour palette there that is being taken out of the inspirational image. They're all numbered as well, but it just gives so much inspiration. On the reverse as well, I'll just show you the reverse of this card. You've got all of the names of the colours. Also all of the hex keys as well. That might be a bit technical, but that's for anybody maybe doing a bit more graphic design. The colours go edge to edge. You can use those to match up with your fabric. So maybe you've just bought that early bird fabric, which was a lovely rainbow of colour. You're wanting to think, well, what colours could match with those? You could go into your stash, you could take this card to your fabrics, following the inspiration. That's about that shade, and that's going to go in with all of those different colours. You've got the different shades as well, but not only interiors as well. If you're making home furnishings or if you're painting, you know, it could really give you some inspiration. So there you are. We've got that lovely picture there. We've got the suitcases. So each one is tailored, completely random as they're coming out, by the way. Talking about interiors, look at that staircase on there. I'd love to have a staircase like that. Yeah, that warm orange colour, that really works with that colour palette. Really nice. And then your oranges, I mean, would you necessarily put orange with purple? But once you've got the other colours in, it works. Honestly, it's really going to open up your options with your stash. It's going to, I think, really help you be a bit more creative and make use of what you've already got in your stash as well. And break away from the typical pairings that you might ordinarily break and push you a little bit to create something really beautiful. In a moment, we've got some fabric bundles where we've done exactly this, which is absolutely brilliant. So yeah, you can think it might look a bit like a menu because you've got the pictures for food inspiration there. Okay, so we've got a message. Morning, Adam, been wanting these for ages, just treated myself, have a great day. And that's from Paula in the West Midlands. I'm glad you've got them, and I'm glad you're making use of the split pay, because I say that's the first time we've done it. Some extra costs there. We've taken £10 off the bundle price, so you're paying £64.99. And it's £32.49 paid today. And then next month, you'll pay £32.49. So there you go. And they're paid for. So that makes it a little bit more manageable. If perhaps you're like Paula and you've been wanting these for ages, well, the split pay makes it a little doable maybe for you, then maybe today's the day for you. Yeah, a couple of people do ask for split pay, and where we can, obviously we'll put them on to the products. So, and that's thank you to the whole Sewing Street team for allowing that to happen. And you're back fabulous. All right. So let's do a few more of these cards then. Shall I take some from the other set? Let's do some. They're not repeated. None of these cards are repeated. Okay, so here we go. Oh yeah, it's just the roses are. It looks like one's more green and one's more pink. That's not necessarily reflective of the cards that you get inside. All right, you can see on the box I've got the lip of the box is a different colour. That's just to differentiate box 1 from box 2. All right, so let's have a look for it. Look at this. We were talking wine this morning. Don't ask why. No, they had some. So there's 500 cards in total in each set. This is a bit lovey-dovey, this is. I'm planning my party now. Hannah's planning a party. Look, this is a really posh event, this is. We've got strawberries, we've got the wine. It's a Valentine's Day meal, this. All the love. Look at those tulips, they look like. Please. And then we have got some inspiration for you. If you just want a little bit of clarification on how these are used, Hannah kindly has got some inspiration and some pictures for us, mainly in knitting and crochet, but you can really see. Here we go. Look at all of that yarn. Oh, I knit as well as sew, and I have an option. But those colours, but you see how they've been paired up with the cards. They're just really, really useful. On first thought, you might think, oh, it's just a load of colours on card, but can you see how it can work? And the crochet as well. And the desert one, that's fine. I would have probably have done the blues there and then stopped there. But actually, you see how it takes you that little bit further, how it puts the brown and the sand colour in as well. It really makes a rich palette and completes the set. So there, here's some more examples for you with the colour cubes today. Oh, look at the little baby stuff. Oh, there's some wonderful, again, it's for using the yarn or your quilting, helping use your fabric stash. This is really inspirational for all of that. It's all right, I'm just looking at the little cardigan. I was really lucky. The other day, we've got a new addition to our family. We've got a new nephew, so that was really nice. Yeah, little baby Ruin, a baby boy. Yeah, so there you go. I know a lot of you probably make for little ones. I need to get knitting again now, don't I? Anyway, I need my cards to get some colour inspiration. Oh, got a message from Susan. Morning, Adam. You are doing great at presenting. Been able to get the blocks with the split. Thank you all. Oh, that's brilliant. Do you know what? I'm so glad this is helping people get this tool for their sewing room or their creative. Once you've got it, you've got it. Exactly. So there you go. Look at that. Okay. Why I see you presenting, Adam, you explain everything in detail. Oh, it's my pleasure. It's going to be a great show today from Susan in Cheshire. Oh, very good morning to you, Susan. And yeah, it's lovely to be able to explain things and just be clear on what we've got and help you with the split pay. So £64.99 for the 2 sets, 500 different cards. That's in each set. So wonderful stuff. Right. Oh, I love peacocks. Anyway, I better put these cards away now. They get really addictive. You're looking at them and you're like, oh, fancy a glass of wine tonight now. There you go. Right. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to show you how this is kind of put in with our fabric bundles, because the team has been fabulous and put together some bundles. Now, I must add, get the card. You have to buy the set that we've just shown you there. So we're going to do this first. Oh, now I don't know where this is. You can just buy the bundle if you love the bundle. So, but they've used the cards to show you how to use the colour cube set. So this is the bundle. This is lovely. It's lovely linen look. It's not linen, but it's a linen look. Okay. So it's some colours. I'm just looking at this picture, and I don't know where that would be. It could be any big city, really, couldn't it? And it's reminding of New York, maybe, but might be Anyway, so again, colours that you might not necessarily put together. So each piece is half a metre and there's 5 of them. Okay, so look at these colours together. Lovely. It's giving a Tim Holtz vibes. Maybe if you struggle with more masculine colours, I know personally I like to wear blue. I'm wearing blue today, and I know my colour palette tends to mix around blues, but this kind of thing would push me, and I just love how all of these coordinate and go together, all from the inspiration of the good cubes. You've got the charcoal, the gold, a Hessian colour, I'm guessing that's that one, is it? It's the light cream, so that's the Hessian, and then the rust colour in the middle there. So really, really lovely. You can really see that linen look on the rust colour actually. Well, I can in person, but it goes through all the fabrics. So very nice. So using the cards as inspiration. So whether you've got the cards or not, it doesn't matter. The cards that come with it, you can just buy this. But we've done the work for you a little bit, as well as showing you how to use the colour cube cards. As I say, I'd have walked into a shop and gone, yeah, I'll have that colour with that colour with that colour. The colour cubes really help. The thing as well, I know when I've been into fabric shops before, they don't always have exactly what you want or not have all of these colour combinations. Whilst that's the great thing about Sewing Street, we have access to so much, so we can do this for you. So for £26.95, you're getting 5 half metres, all in different colours, all inspired by the colour cubes this morning. I think it's great. Thank you so much to the team that have put this together, because I think it really, really was lovely. So that's those ones for you. Very nice. They've already been cut into the half metres, just to point out. So if you were to buy multiple bundles, they'll already, just to make that clear. So wonderful. All right, we've got more people messaging in. This is great. Good morning, Adam. I always enjoy your demonstration, but your enthusiasm in presenting shines through. You have such great knowledge. Oh, thank you very much, Jackie from Buckinghamshire. Thank you very much. Lots of messages as well on Facebook. Good morning, Jan, Kim, Jan, Kath. Oh, Kath, I always see at the shows. Morning, Adam. So lovely to see you presenting. No end to your talents. Thank you very much, Kath. Well, good morning, Adam. Looking as sharp as always. Lovely to see you again. Good morning, Adam. Lovely to see you presenting. There you are. Wonderful. Well, Hannah's asking to see the back of my jazzy waistcoat, so I'll give you a spin. Here we go. Whee! Was that enough? I can do it the other way. There we are. I do like a jazzy waistcoat. I do like a nice lining, actually. Again, in your dressmaking, you know, this is the type of thing. If I've got this, again, I like blue, but look at all those colours in the back of that. Yeah. There you go. If you've got something that needs binding, maybe whether that's a quilt or doing Hong Kong seams on a dressmaking project, then you can use cards as well to try and come up with a jazzy or different colour. Push yourself. So these are people's baskets, and there's not all many left. So if it's something that you're wanting, then be sure to get it in your basket and check it out. Right, let's show you another bundle now. Okay, let's go for the next one. So we've got 5 fabrics in this again, all half metres. So these look slightly different to the images that we've got on the web. So this is a good opportunity to see these on screen. So again, just to be clear that obviously we're borrowing the cards. If you've got the colour cubes, then great, but we're using those as inspiration. So you just get the fabrics in the bundle. This is one of the foodie ones, which is brilliant. You've got the names of the colours on the back there. But these are the fabrics that have been chosen out for this bundle. All right. Is that the price? £16.95. Oh no. So these are your solids. So these are your regular Rose and Hubble solids. 100% cotton fabric bundle. Okay, £16.95. We've got aqua, apple, cloud, corn yellow, duck egg, and God, not the aqua. That was me needing to turn the hearing aid up. So you've got all these colours there. Lovely. Let's open up one of you to show you what half metre looks like in these bundles. Okay, here we go. So there you go. Nice bit of fabric there. Wonderful. So you've got a saving of £3 on the bundle. A really nice opportunity to maybe step out of your comfort zone and go for some colours that you wouldn't normally go for, and have fun with some quilting. Maybe get the bundle. Go, do you know what? Actually, it does work. And then maybe go for the cards. And then, you know, we've done these obviously for today, match them up, but then you could be away matching all of the different colours. Wonderful. I love it. So some lovely colours in there. They're really bright, they are, and really, it's giving me Easter vibes, actually, this colour palette, in a way. But I like bright fabrics this time of year. No. I'd never put them together for an Easter bundle, probably, but I don't know, the bright yellows and the greens and that lighter colour there, that duck egg, it just really works. It's the different shades as well of colours that work, because we tend to think of blue and reds and yellows, but actually there's so many different shades of those colours. Especially this time, it's pastel yellow, pastel blue, pastel pink. But bring some shades and get that green in there, that duck egg blue. You know, you only have to look outside in this time of year when the daffodils are sprouting up. There's loads of daffodils where I'm living at the moment to see after winter. I like winter fashion and I like big jumpers, but I don't like the cold. So I'm so glad we're going into spring, and I'm so glad in the Midlands we've had some really lovely weather last week. So fingers crossed it stays. It has. Yesterday was gorgeous. Really, really nice. I went and got my hair cut. Well, I didn't. I nearly didn't. My barber, bless him, he wasn't very well. But no, I didn't force him in. No, I didn't do that, but I managed to get an appointment with one of the other chaps, so thank goodness. Well, thank you very much. I'll boot polish on the side. That's that one then. Lovely. Okay, let's go for this one. Now, if Jenny Jackson's watching, I feel like this colour palette might be a bit of her. It's definitely a bit of me, and I think it could be a bit of you. For £13.96. Yeah, this is lovely because how bright it is and how vibrant it is. I've only got 4 here, is that right? So just to, yeah. So it's 4 half metres in this one, just to make that clear. You don't have to use all the colours that are on the card. So we've kind of gone for some. These kind of suits the inspiration on this one. So we've gone for the pink, we've gone for the greens, we've gone for the blue. We've omitted the orange on this card, but it still works nice. But you can imagine if you were to put an orange in, it would work well. Maybe you've got a pattern designer fabric that's got oranges in, and you're looking for colours to accompany for sashing, then this is your answer. If you design a fabric or your printed fabric is the one orange, then all of these would go through and go with. Lovely. You're making a £2 saving on the bundle. Just to make it clear, there's 4 fabrics in this one of a half metre. Another message. Morning, Adam. You're doing a brilliant job presenting. seeing you doing your demonstrations too. You've come such a long way since GBSB. Oh, bless you. That's from June. Do you know what? It feels like a lifetime away now. So long ago. When was it? 21 it aired, I think. 4 years. And I've nearly been at Sewing Street for 4 years as well. Well, I'm thinking about that on the drive in this morning. I'm so lucky. I love coming in. I remember applying for the sewing bee, and it was all whilst lockdown restrictions had happened. And well, we don't want to go back there, do we? But what an experience that was. But how lucky am I now to be here, doing what I love best, fabrics and sewing. So we've got one more bundle for you that we've prepared for you. Fabulous. Okay, this one now. Again, 4 fabrics in this one. Just to make that clear again, all at half metre each. I love navy blues. Oh, I love a navy blue, but I also love a royal blue. But then I love my greens, but it's old saying, isn't it? What did my nan used to say? Blue and green must not be seen. And I've heard other variations of it, but why not? It's all superstitious. Look how well these colours go together. All from the inspiration of the colour cube cards. You've got the wheat there, or whatever it might be. Whatever goes in fields. I'm not a farmer, but I do like watching that farming programme with, is it Jeremy Clarkson? I know not everybody agrees with it, but it is an entertaining watch if you've never seen it. I'm filming a new one. Yeah. Anyway. There is suddenly an influx farming programs, but it's really important to highlight, which I think is why I like watching Clarkson's Farm. Anyway, so there we are. You've got these little 4 fabrics here, all at half metre, £13.96, a saving of £2, 100% cotton fabric, all taken from the inspiration of our colour cube card. Lovely, like those. So let's go to the most popular one, because these ones are flying out. It's the first one we did. It's the Macawa linen fabric. It's not linen, but they call it linen texture because it's got like a print. It's not printed. It might be. It looks linen. So there's only single bundle now. It's a really interesting bundle to think about with, because if you think about it, if somebody said to me, I'm going to do a brown bundle, if I just showed you that and I showed you more, you'd be like, well, that's not very inspired, Adam, is it? But suddenly when you put these colours together, so we're only in single figures on these now. So there we are. Make sure you get in all these things in your baskets and getting checked out. It is only 1 P&P, don't forget. If you're new to us here at Sewing Street, you pay the 1 P&P and then you can order as much as you like up till midnight, and you only pay that 1 postage and packaging. I know a lot of us know that, but it's good to highlight it for anybody that's joining us maybe for the first time. That doesn't happen everywhere. It's quite a unique thing for Sewing Street, so there you are. £26.95. Right, let's go back to the colour cards. Anybody that is just joining us and thinking, he's talking about colour cards, what is he on about? So this is the first time we've ever offered these on split pay. So they're a bundle and we're taking £10 off. So the price you pay is £64.99. It is on the split pay. So you're getting 500 different cards. It's very busy. Now, doing the split pay has opened it up to a lot of people. So if this is something that you're wanting, then I'd advise that you get it in your basket and get it checked out. But you're not paying any extra on the split pay at all. It's 0% interest, as you can see on the screen there. So it's £32.49 today and £32.49 later. Wonderful. There you go. So you don't have to wait until both payments are made either. As soon as you've made your first payment, they'll get to you. We'll send them out to you and you can get creating. Oh, look at these birds here. Look. When everybody's checked out on these, over half the stock has gone. So this is doing really well this morning. Do you know what? I haven't got any of these. I think they might be coming with me. Do you know what? We all use tools to get inspiration from somewhere, and especially designing, but you know, putting colours together for quilts. Maybe you've got some quilts that you've bought from us in the past and you want to reuse your stash and use some of your fabrics that you've already got, then this is going to give you some inspiration. I was just looking at these birds and it reminded me of a YouTube video we were watching last night. and this little, I'm not sure if it was a parakeet or what, but it was in the shower. It got the curtain joins and everything, and then it was a funny video with animals. That's the kind of stuff I watch. These days. Oh, I'm not young anymore. I have a rock and roll Saturday night. We did have a barbecue last night. That was nice. We did do that. I didn't have any on my throat because I knew I got to be here bright and early, so I was very well behaved. And then, yeah, I watched a YouTube video about misbehaving animals with parakeets in the shower. It takes all sorts, doesn't it? There we are. Okay, so that's what you're getting. Of course, all the colour names on the back as well. Wonderful, you can match them with all your different fabrics that are in your stash. Right, so do check out on those if in the basket, because over half of the stock of those have gone. We might come back to them later, but if you're really wanting them first time on split pay, then, you know, take advantage of that and you're getting boxes as well. Let's show you the packaging that they come in as well. So you could gift these as well. There you go. So this is how they'll come. So they're stored together in your box, volumes 1 and 2. And if you're wanting to gift them, then it's easy. You don't have to wrap them individually. You've just got one box to wrap. I'd be really thrilled if I received this for a gift. And my mum is forever asking me at Christmas. She'll say to me, "What do you want? What do you want? And I never know what I want. And I need to remember things like this and go, "Oh, I'd like them." Some people that draw and paint, and they end up maybe getting paints and pencils and paper every year. Maybe this is something that you could get really thoughtful along those lines, but something different. That would be really, really good, actually. Yeah, I like these. Cool. So we'll keep an eye on the stock of that, because those of you are coming in for that. But yeah, there we are. Let's do another message. Good morning, Adam. It's lovely to see you presenting, as well as still demonstrating. You're doing a great job. Rosemary in Buckinghamshire. Oh, Rosemary, thanks so much. Do you know what? Rosemary was the name of my godmother. How lovely is that? Lovely name, Rosemary. Thank you. Thanks so much for all your messages, by the way. It's lovely to see you messaging in on Facebook and into the studio. Morning, Adam. How fabulous you're presenting from Julie. Thank you, Julie. Can we do the striped fabrics? I think we should do these striped fabrics because these are nice. Let me just move these. Now these are cotton poplin, all right? So cotton poplin, it's a nice fabric to work with. 100% cotton still, just slightly lighter than your quilting weight cotton. So they can be used accompanied with your cottons, but they're slightly lighter. In fact, we've got some poplins in the dressmaking hour as well, and they can be used making. So really versatile in what they can be used for. Stripies, super affordable. We're going to put these in. We're thinking here in the studio, maybe some binding, making your own binding out of this for quilts. Now, I don't know whether you might have seen, but Stuart, who we all love, he's brilliant. A few ago did a quilt with this kind of stripy binding. I put me back in, and it absolutely flew out. Well, this is the kind of idea we're thinking, because we're going to do the pale blue one. So here we are. If we kind of fold it along, it's a bit hard to show, but if I show it against brick here, and then fold that back over. So this could be so effective for your straight binding on your quilt. Look, I mean, I know I'm just putting it against the block colour there, but do you get the idea with the lines running that way, the stripe? I don't know, add a little bit more interest and a little bit of pizzazz. And for $3.99 for half a meter, really affordable, nice, 100% cotton poplin. Yeah, this is timeless. You could use this on all sorts. I mean, this baby blue, typically, you know, you could put it on a baby quilt if that was something. In fact, that's what I'm going to make for my new nephew. I need a baby quilt. This would be the perfect kind of thing for that. But if you want to do something a bit beachy as well, like giving beach vibes, if you've got, in fact, that's just reminded me, I've had a sneak peek at one of Jenny Jackson's projects that she'll be bringing to the show, but I can't say anything. But this type of binding would be perfect for that. Anyway, I will say no more and leave you with intrigue and interest. So there you go. You can kind of see how that works there. Really nice with your straight binding. Let's just show you half what you're getting for $3.99, 100% cotton poplin. If you multi-buy the unit, and they will come joined up. So if you buy 2 units, you'll get 1 continuous meter. If that makes sense. Everybody that's checking out on this is buying multiple units. Again, it's great to have in your stash. Now, obviously, if you were doing the binding the way I showed you, we're going to be using the weft of the fabric. So that's along that's starts for your straight binding. Just to clear this up, if you were wanting to do binding for dressmaking, it would be a bit different because you'd be using bias binding, so you'd be cutting it on the bias. I mean, you might still get quite an interesting effect, you would. Yeah, let's bring this in and show you if you were to do it on the bias, you might use a bit more fabric, although there is a nifty way that you can join it using a fat quarter. I demoed it at one of, I think the Festival of Quilts, it was really good actually to show it. You basically join a fat quarter in a circle. If you Google it, it'll come up, I'm sure. And you get a long continuous length. It's really amazing actually how much bias you get out of a fat quarter. But look, if you were to do it on the bias, you get the stripes going that way, which I really quite like that actually. So, to be bias in dressmaking is because we need to go around curves and things. But if you're doing quilts, then straight edge works. So let's go to some of the other colours then, see what else we've got. Rose and Hubble. Lovely stuff. Hannah's just made me laugh. She says she's handed the control over to me and she said, Adam, you can choose what you do next. Right, let's go with the red. Let's go completely different. I love a red stripe. In fact, I just love a stripe. Talk about my time on the sewing bee. I loved anything stripy and nautical. I still do. Nautical but nice. That's what we're being today. So, it's a classic thing to have stripes in your stash. It will break up those solids and probably pair really lovely with more feature fabrics as well. Really lovely. Really, really lovely. Do you know what's really funny? I nearly wore a striped shirt today, but I know from my experience of being on TV, sometimes it can make you go blurry. with certain things. Anyway, so there you are. That's it in your red. Let's go for your next one now. Okay, let's go for the royal blue. Okay, so this is your royal blue stripe. Very nice. Cotton poplin, 100% cotton. £3.99. Half. A lot of you are loving these. I'm seeing beach type vibes with this. Yeah, absolutely. With your quilting project. I mean, it's a lighter fabric, so if you're using it to like a quilted beach bag or something like that to give it some structure, or you're pairing it with some bows or maybe something to give your bag structure, it'd be perfect. Lovely. I really like that blue and white stripe. And that is the colour of the shirt I nearly wore. Okay, and then we're going to go to the navy next. It's quite a dark navy. It's very close actually to the black that we've got. So it's a very midnight navy. But very nice again for your £3.99. Half a metre, 100% poplin. Very nice. Get them in your stash. Okay, so we've got the black one next. It's coming up for some reason at £4.99. I don't know why, but listen, let's make it the same. Let's match it. Yeah, I don't know. That's slightly different, but £3.99 then for that one. Hannah's been a star and matched it. And this one that was used for the Stuart quilt. Now, listen, if you're thinking about your binding and want to just go for one of these and units, the black's going to go with everything. This with really bright colours with tulip pink, it'll just show you that those colours together, look, with the black. That's a real statement, that is. That is really fun. Yeah, anything, if you've got any tulip pink in your stash, this would work really well with your binding. It can look overwhelming because there's a lot of stripes, but using it as that binding, you're using it as a feature to finish off that quilt. I mean, on its own, looking at that now, it's like, wow, that's a lot of stripes. Do you know what I mean? But as the binding, as I've showed you, absolutely brilliant. Really, really nice touch. And if you're wondering, you know, getting a bit overwhelmed by colour and want to get some nice colour palettes like the bundles that we've showed you. We've already showed you these this morning, but for anybody that's just joining us, the colour is really popular this morning. The first time we've ever done them on split pay. So if you've seen them before, then you want to see split pay, but we've got them split pay now. Hi, I have just ordered the colour cubes. I wish I had been able to have something like this years ago. Great show from Helen in Devon. Oh, thanks for messaging in, Helen. Yeah, I mean, really, really great that these exist. Hannah told me as well that they're quite hard, or can be difficult to get in the UK. So the fact that we've got them is really great. There's a lot of these flying out. I think that split pay is making them quite appealing, which is good. Wonderful. Let's open them up and have a look at them again. I know we've had a look at some of these already this morning, but this is for anybody that might be joining us. Right, I have a cocktail list on this one. Mimosa. Here we go. So this is what you're getting. You're getting an inspirational picture. I'll just show you a couple of these. They're like sweet roses. Wonderful. And then we've got this, there's your stripes, look. Your blue and white stripes. So all of these could pair with that blue and white. Your flowers, and you've got these different colours. Some that you might necessarily have never thought about putting together. Suddenly, your eyes are open to some different colours. These are just random ones that I'm taking out. Tulips from Amsterdam. Look at those. greens and pinks. I really like the colour combination of green and pink. Do you know what really works though? Is the combination, the shades and the different colours that kind of join up the sentence, make them make sense. I think in isolation, if you just did green and pink, it's quite jarring. I mean, I quite like it, but then as soon as you bring in some more tones, joins it up, it kind of makes the palette complete. Oh, that's very moody, that picture, isn't it? Look at that. Like that. And there, look. Oh, that looks like the Swiss Alps or something. Okay, I've got another message. Hi, I've just ordered coloured cubes. Oh, I've already had Helen. We love you that much, Helen, we're going to read you twice. There's a message from Smoffy. Ooh. Oh. So Smoffy's just said that the colour cubes are difficult to get wide at the moment. So they've just ordered theirs. We might be onto something here. They're the only ones that have got them. There's a lot available, Hannah says, but when we were looking this morning, it was mainly US. That was a few weeks ago. Might have changed since then. But these are UK warehouse, ready to get to you. I have an old-fashioned scrapbook that I use for things I like, but these cards are way better. Nice gift too. Ah, and that's on, is it Collector in Merseyside? Oh, thanks for messaging in. Fabulous. Right, there you go. Right, so when everybody is checked out, there's only 5 of these left. They've been popular. We will be able to rebundle more in the future, but we don't know when. Obviously, we do as much as we can to get the products that you want. And we listen to your feedback as well. Listening to your feedback, they've been put on split pay, which is great, made them more affordable for you and accessible. Lovely. So that's your cube volume 1 and 2 set. We've got another message. Adam, the cards show hue. Nature puts colours together. Oh, how nature puts colours together. They are brilliant. No, I've read hue. It's hue, isn't it? Because we've got different hues of colour, which makes sense. But yeah, nature puts colours together. It's all out there, isn't it? That's what. But it's difficult to see. You'd never think really that being a colour specialist. I remember one of my mum's friends, and it was what colours suit you in dressmaking, and there used to be something called Colour Beautiful, I think, or something. And it used to be like what your shades are. You can get your colours done, can't you? Well, this is the same for your dressmaking and your sewing projects. There you are. Or, you know, as we've said before, not just limited to them, to your interior design, to your painting, anything really. Wonderful. And we'll just show the reverse of those as well. So you've got the different hues and colours as well, and the names of these colours. I think that's the instructions card there, look. Let's pull that in as well. How to match colours, hex codes. That's what the codes are underneath. That's more for computers and graphic design. Basically, in a nutshell, every colour has a code. So if you're wanting to bring that exact colour up on a computer, then you would use the hex code. That's what that is for. They are a professional resource, but when you've got them, you'll definitely make use of them. Your colour names, appearance of the colours. Oh, my head's going over. Do you know what? I do that when I'm demoing all the time, and it's so depressing. Put boot polish on, I can see how grey I'm going. Now, we've got more people baskets than what we've currently got stock. So if you're wanting these now, it's advisable check out. Don't want you disappointed today. If you've been watching us go through and you're thinking, yes, this is really something that I want to take advantage of, then do it. Presenting Adam, says Karen in Surrey. Thanks, Karen. Honestly, it's so lovely to hear from you. I mean, I hear from you when I'm demonstrating as well, and it's lovely to have that nice community that is Sewing Street. We're going to grab a tea, apparently, and we're going to have a short break. And then I'm really super excited because we've got Rebecca Harrison here with brand new Emporia patterns. It's going to be a fabulous dressmaking hour. I can't wait. So we'll see you shortly after this short break.
Hi, I'm Claire from Emporia Pattern. We sell a range of women's, unisex and children's patterns. Tune in on Sunday to see a demo of our Cassie dress pattern and our Elliot cardigan.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips, and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday Night Crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Petlow, introducing you to the world of cardigan, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the site and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As all places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Never miss a show by watching Go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also get in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's design competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on 30th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival 2025. Sewing Street's Designer Block Competition.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and it's a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next step underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate root of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles, and you sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot so I'm 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in not one long line, in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If you're just joining us, it's me, Adam. Welcome to Sewing Street. Super excited for this hour because we have a brand new pattern. And what's more, we've got one of our fabulous guest designers in. And the first time I've met her, Rebecca Harrison.
Hello.
Rebecca,
I'm all right.
I'm so excited to
I know,
meet you.
I'm hugely excited to meet you.
Yeah, I know, we were both giddy this morning. How have we not met after all this time? So this is a real treat for me personally, and it's going to be for the viewers at home because we've got a brand new pattern in.
Yeah,
and
brand new.
We can get messages in, we can talk dressmaking. Well, we were doing that outside,
I know,
weren't we?
we were already doing it, weren't we?
Yeah, I love it. All right then, so we've got this brand new in. It's the Cassie dress. We can see it made up beautifully on the stand behind me in a moment. Now, these have already been going on pre-order, so they've been popular already. There it is, the beautiful sample that Rebecca's made out of some fabulous William Morris fabric. This is a lovely pattern, and as we were talking this morning, Rebecca, you were saying to me that it's quite an easy make, so it'd be good for a beginner maybe?
Yeah, definitely, yeah, because of it's just the way that they've put it together it just makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because you've got the tiers and you've got gathers, which can get you in a bit of a, you know, but it's just the way that they've done it is just makes it really accessible for everybody.
And that's what we like,
yeah.
You know. You don't want to make something overly complicated or hard. You want to have a garment that you can wear at the end of it. Yeah. The great thing I'm noticing about this pattern is that it's got some variations in it as well.
Yes,
so
it has.
we've got the grown-on sleeve that's been done with the tiers. You can choose what tiers, how many tiers you have, and then there's kind of like a bit of a strappy tied version as well. You can see maybe on the graphics in the screen now. So look, all of those dresses are from one pattern. This new pattern that we're launching today, the Cassie dress. You can have a wardrobe full of different dresses from one pattern made out of different fabrics. It's just fantastic. Let's have a little look at the sizing then. So it's UK sizing.
Yes.
So obviously we always advise you to take your measurements and go by what the pattern is saying. So we've got UK sizes 6 to 24, all in one pattern. We will show this again. So if you want to maybe take a photo on your phone to see this for later reference, as I said, we will show it again. So I suppose if we look looking at the measurements there then, that's the finished bust measurements that we've got up there. So it's going from a 31 inch right all the way up to a 49 inch with the size 24. And slightly more ease there in the t-shirt bodice.
Yeah.
So the key measurements we're going to have to be considerate of. I'm going to come to you, Rebecca, because obviously I might know the answer to this, but it's great to be able to chat with you. What key measurements would you be taking when you're looking at the measurement?
Yeah, so definitely bust,
Yeah.
your waist or high waist, depending on you know, where the seams are falling, and your hips as well. So those are the three key ones that you and then use those to look for which measurement you think is going to be the one for you. And if you're slightly under, I would go one up, maybe. The great thing about this is you could just make up the bodice part of it in calico or anything that you've got, just to make sure that you've got the correct bust measurement for you. You wouldn't have to do the tiers as well. It would just be that top bit, which will take you no time at all to put together. And just to double check, because what you don't want is to cut into your beautiful fabric and then it be wrong.
Well, especially if it's nice.
Oh, exactly. Yes, which is
That's a really great point, actually, and I'm really glad you raised it about a toile, because we think about a toile and you don't have the whole thing.
No.
You have some calico coming up later as well.
Yeah.
All right, so fabulous to see you two on the screen together. You're so knowledgeable, and that's from Tracy in Lincolnshire. How lovely is that?
Oh, thank you, Tracy. That's lovely.
It's when you get dressed in the room, you can talk for ages.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great to share experiences, so that's what today's going to
It
be. Absolutely. I know when I come on with John, it's the same. Like, just love his expertise, and we all learn from each other.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Wonderful. So the band then itself, I can see some spine across the desk that it looks like it's printed on really good solid paper.
It is, yes, yeah, it is really good paper.
Yeah, which I now prefer, and I know a lot of people at home prefer, because it makes the pattern be able to use over and over again. With the old-fashioned commercial like tissue patterns, some people find that a bit flimsy sometimes.
Yeah.
It has its advantages as well, I'm sure. Yeah. But it's on good sturdy paper, and I've just got the booklet here as well. And we were saying this morning, weren't we, that it's not overly complicated, the booklet.
No.
It's not throwing lots of images or text at you or instructions. I think it keeps it, would it be fair to say, quite concise?
Yes, yeah, definitely. So you've got, obviously throughout it, you've got the two versions, depending on, you know, which ones you're doing. But yeah, just there's lots of text. So, you know, there's lots to follow.
Which is great.
Yeah, and it's all there. So it's everything you need to be able to make it. So
that's great. How fabulous to have both of you, Adam and Rebecca, for all your combined skills. We Sewing Street viewers are certainly being spoiled. Amanda from Hampshire.
Oh, lovely messages.
It's lovely messages. Wonderful. Let us see the bundles then of fabric, because I'm so excited to get on with the demo. But let's start with the one that you're demoing in.
Yeah.
So we've got the lighter denim. Here we go. So these are, I think I'm right in saying, 4-metre bundles. And 4 metres is enough for the largest size. This is not your super heavyweight denim. I think it's what we call the 4 ounce. This one's sold out. Oh, it's folded. I thought she said it's sold out. That would have really well. Okay.
No, that one's not folded.
No, it's the other one. There's one that gets, sometimes, is it the other one that's folded? No, they're both the right way. It's all right. No, Anna's telling me, well, there's usually one folded inside out, one of the colourways, and I know which one you mean. So there we are. This is a lovely, so it's medium blue, it's one. Medium describes the colour, not the weight. 100% cotton. 146 centimetres wide. And you obviously get your 4 metres, which is enough for the largest size of the dress, with the sleeves and all the tiers. Is there 3 tiers?
There's 3 tiers. Well, you can choose between the 2 or the 3. But
that's it. But you'll have enough.
Yeah, there's plenty to do the 3 if that's what you want to do.
With this amount of fabric. So that's £38.99 for you there. All right. So let's do the next bundle then. So again, 4 metres for you. We're into the dark blue now. Here we are. 4 metres of this. So there we are, your 4-ounce wash denim. Dark blue, 4 metres to make the largest size. All the tiers, £38.99. We were saying this, how many garments have we made in this?
But it's just, there's something about denim though, isn't there?
It's classic.
Yeah.
It's never going to age, and it's a good fabric to have in your stash for that reason.
Brilliant.
And to have this quantity. I saw a really great post on Facebook, was like, you know, rough ballpark figure, how much fabric I'm just going to buy off the cuff without a project in mind. Usually we say about 3 metres.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the tiers, we need the 4. But again, great to have in your stash, because it's going to be so versatile. You've always got to use it for a number of different dressmaking projects. So there we are. That's it. So we'll go to the next bundle of the 4 metres. Okay, so this is a lawn, this one. This is floral. So digital cotton lawn, that's 100% cotton. Your prints, your black, mini floral fabric bundle, 4 metres, £36.99. That's nice. And you're picking up your reds and your pinks there a little bit. So if you like florals, I've got quite a few florals actually for these fabrics. So that's £36.99 for your 4 metres. Cotton lawn. That would look really nice, really classy actually in this colour.
I mean, they scream, don't they? Spring.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
it's nice to get a bit of colour, isn't it? On
clothes
and yeah.
Isn't it just?
Lovely.
And I suppose as well, sometimes I think dressmakers sometimes overly worry about pattern matching, but because these are all ditzy prints and we've got the gathers and the tips, there's no worry about that at all.
No.
So that's going to look lovely, that one made up in the dress. Okay, let's go into the next one then. Talking of ditzy florals, this is very ditzy, really quaint with the little flowers on this one. 100% cotton lawn, this one. Lawn's really nice to work with, isn't it?
Really, yeah, it's so soft. It just goes together really nicely.
Let's show you a single layer there. Okay. So you can see that. You could wear it comfortably in this dress. And of course, with the little gathers, it's going to give a little bit more fold in the dress. Really like that colour, really like the background. Lots of people coming in for that one, actually. Prints, navy floral, 4 metres. There we are. So we're just coming in to see that ditzy print. Once everybody's checked out, half the stock will be gone on this bundle. So it's a brand new fabric. So if you're wanting some of this in your stash for this project, for another project, then it would be really great to check out on that to avoid disappointment. £36.99, lots of interest in that one. Which I don't blame you, I'd like that. See, I'd go for that back of the waistcoat.
I was just about to say that.
It's probably not that dissimilar, is it?
Look at your lovely waistcoat.
I am a blue fan. Anything navy or blues, I'm there. Although this is nice. Again, following on the ditzy floral theme. Here we go. 4 meters of this in the red. So this is a new fabric for us today. This is a cotton lawn Prince pink mini floral fabric, £36.99. Kind of, we're just saying, giving Liberty-esque vibes.
Yeah, definitely. They're all such lovely colours, aren't they?
Yeah.
They'd be hard to choose.
It's hard to choose. And what do you do when you can't choose? Get them
One
all
of,
if you can.
one of each, I think. Is the answer, isn't it?
£36.99. Okay, we're just going to change the graphics. I'm going to say, is this a poplin? Yeah. Okay, we've just got a different graphic. This is the correct one. It's me pulling from wherever. It's actually better. It's £34.99. But just to be clear on this one, then it's a cotton poplin. Yeah, I thought I could feel the weight slightly different to the lawn. So that's your cotton poplin floral bundle in red, 4 metres, £34.99. Yeah, I like that. Wonderful. That's all right. Lovely. So the next one along, skipping back to the lawn. Oh, this is a John Lamb.
That's lovely, isn't it?
This is nice. Yeah. So this is the £36.99 one. Yeah, this is very, very nice. Look at that. Floral fabric bundle, 4 metres, enough to make the largest size with all of the tiers. £36.99. Yeah, summer wedding for this.
Yeah, definitely.
Love it. Do you know, I like doing, I've done a few in the past, mother of the bride types.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that lot. And yeah, I could see that.
That would really work, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Because I like then thinking about all the accessories to the shoes. And my mum always takes me out shopping. And sometimes I'm not inspired. And she'll go, you should know what I should wear. And I say, I don't know, what do you like? You know? And then I can help you from there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're just going to recap the pattern. Only because lots of people are coming in for the pattern. And I don't want you to be disappointed if you want to get your hands on this. Really versatile pattern. I've got a bit of calico here as well. We were talking about a toile earlier, so we'll come on to that in a minute. But we've got this new dress, new to us at Sewing Street, Emporia pattern, size 6 to 24. 2/3 of the stock is gone already. I'm not surprised. It's a great versatile dress. We've not even got to the demo yet, which is going to be the exciting bit. I can't wait. This is different variations of the dress, so you can see what you're getting in one pattern. That's real value, actually.
It looks like a different dress, doesn't it?
In all of those pictures. Exactly. You can change the mood and vibe of it when the fabrics. Like we were saying, summer wedding for some of them. It might be that you've got a nice dress to wear to a barbecue. So it's a bit nice. Even with tights, look, again, it's how it's styled. So that's your £20 for the pattern. The lady in the tights is the lady that designs them, we think.
Oh, yes, because she's on the front.
Yes, that's her on the front of the pattern. Oh, that's great. You see, I like that because it's confidence in their own work and, lovely. So that's £20 for your pattern with all that variation in there, as we were saying. On the back of the pattern, you've got the diagrams there, you've got the grown-on sleeve, and then you've got the tie sleeves as well. Now, we were talking about calico. So we've got it by the ½ metre. As Rebecca was saying, we don't have to make up the whole dress.
No.
You just go for the bodice and get a fitting on that, and then you can adjust your pattern. If you don't know what a toile is, would you like to explain, Rebecca?
So you're cutting it out as you would in your main fabric, but you don't have to worry about neatening the edges or anything like that. All you're doing is you're making it up. So your bust darts in, say you were doing this, put the bust darts in, and then do your side seams, your shoulder seam. You don't have to put the neck facing on because that's not what you're checking. You're literally checking how it sits across your bust if you've chosen the right size for you. And that's all you're checking. And the thing about a toile is, I don't know when I'm doing it, I do draw all over them. you know, you're changing them. It's things like this, is you can change where the dart is, should you need to. I'm sure you probably won't, but things like that you can alter, can't you? Just to make sure that it's fitting you as perfectly as it should.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Because of the style of this, there shouldn't actually be too much alteration.
No.
I think for this, it's just trying to be confident, sure that you've picked the right size on the pattern.
Yeah.
I've done a trial actually seam fitting I've got tomorrow afternoon, right? And I've not made the whole thing, except it's just a bodice block. It's just to check if it's in, and then I can go from there. It's always a bit hard with dames in pantomime because they send you a chest measurement, but then you need to apply the frontage.
Yeah. Yes, I know what you mean. Myself, yeah.
So that's your calico then. Brilliant.
It's for things like if you are in between the size for your bust, you can toile it in the maybe the size down or the size up. You can see which one fits you best. If you're an in-between size, it's a good way of doing it then, isn't it? Just to make sure that you've got it how you want it.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And just make it clear at home, we've been saying you only have to do the top half. Why would it be on this dress that we only do the top half and don't have to do all the tiers?
Well, I would say because it's a tiered dress, so it's getting bigger as it's going down. I mean, if you're do a hip measurement as well if you wanted to. I mean, you could always put on 2 tiers, even if you were doing the third. You wouldn't need the third for a toile. But you could add on the 2 tiers if you wanted to, just to double check that you've got that. But I wouldn't have thought that you would need to.
No,
really. I think it's just the checking of your bust, really.
Yeah, fabulous. There's top tips. Do you know what I mean? Fabulous. Thanks so much, Rebecca. So that's your calico then, $2.99 for the half metre. Right, so the dress that's made up, the sample, this is beautiful.
No.
This is a William Morris.
I was saying, that's my wallpaper.
It's your wallpaper.
I've got the Strawberry Thief. Not in that colourway, but I love it in that way.
I like it in this colour.
Oh, I love William Morris. Yeah.
The amazing thing about this pattern, though, if you've got some quilting weight cottons in your stash, maybe crossing over to dressmaking and want an easy beginner project, go for this.
Yeah,
coming from quilting to dressmaking, and then could use some of your quilting cottons. Now, this fabric, the William Morris, is by the half metre. Wonderful. Now, you may already have some of this at home, or you may have some cave fabric that you might want to use, a Barley Blake. A really good pattern to be able to use these fabrics for. Just looking at this is directional. So you've just got to make sure you cut it the same way all of your pattern pieces.
Yeah. Just try and get the maybe the top of the bird's heads or something where you put your each frill or something like that. Just to that's what I've.
I can see the seams on it. You've done it beautifully.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I haven't. All I've done is kind of done that. I've looked at it and gone, okay, I'm gonna. Where does the bottom fall? And then I've just tried to do it so that the birds are like a sort of distance. That's all. You don't necessarily have to do that because I don't think it matters on this. It's just the kind of. Yeah, I can't quite not do it. You know what I mean? It's like...
I'd be the same. No, wonderful. Now we have got a chart to show you. It shows you about the different amounts of fabrics for the different. So this is if you wanted to buy this William Morris fabric by the half metre. Or use any other quilting fabric or lawn or poplin. Gives you some different fabrics. So you could use a needle cord.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So it's going to carry you easy.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I think that if you had the bodice in this and the tiers in the denim.
Oh, it'd pair.
I think that would look lovely.
I love that kind of thing, being able to pair. Yeah. No, that's wonderful.
The beauty of dressmaking,
in
It is, you can make it unique.
mix and match, yeah, make it yours.
Well, shall we make it?
Yes.
Because I'm super excited for this.
Let's get on with it, shall we?
What you're going to show us?
So, okay. So, your fronts and your backs are on the front, so there's no seam. And another, great thing about this is there is no zips, there's no buttons, there's no fastenings to get in. It's over your head, you're in it. It's brilliant. So, I've done my darts on and I've got my back pieces. So everybody always says to me, usually when I come on here, because I overlock everything, though, as you can see, haven't overlocked the neck, haven't done that, because my facing's it's all going to get secured in there. There's not going to be any of those edges that are going to you sort of wear anything. So I haven't done it around the facing edge either. But this is John and I always talk about this, because in the costume industry, in a workroom setting, you're given something. So the cutter will obviously cut it out. You're given it, and we were always taught to overlock round everything, because you don't necessarily work on something from start to finish and it gets passed around. So you do that to stop the fraying. I mean, I still think that's quite a good idea anyway.
Yeah, especially with some fabrics, because the more you handle them, the more you fray. I know with some lining fabrics that I've used before, that can be prone to fraying quite a bit.
Yeah,
so that's a real top tip.
Yeah. So if you overlock, I mean, I'm a huge supporter of overlockers. I think I think everyone, if you're dressmaking, whatever you're doing, really, I think you should have one.
I agree. It's the best way, really, in this day and age, to finish off your raw edges.
Yeah, and if you're going to give something as a present, but if it's for you, I just think it's nice to know that the inside of it is as beautifully made, I think, and also safe from washing. And anyway, right. So what we're going to do here, so we've got the tiers. So this is your first tier, which is obviously shorter. And the great thing about this pattern is, because a lot of the times when you're gathering up, if I was to put both of these together and then you're pulling up your gathering stitch, it can break. And I'm sure you've been there as well, Adam. Many times on a huge thing of of a frill, and I'm pulling it up, and it breaks, and then you have to start again. You have to go back in and do your 2 lines of gathering. Of this, you apply each tier to the front separately, and then the back separately, and then you join the 2 together down the side seam, which I just think it just means it's a shorter piece to gather, so therefore you're less likely to break your stitching, which is heartbreaking. It's just like makes you want to cry, doesn't it?
How many rows of gathering stitches do you put in?
I always put 2 in.
Yeah.
2. I just think otherwise you're not going to get a nice gather. If you've only got 1 in,
one never works.
No,
does it?
It doesn't. So you need your 2 lines. So it's on your biggest stitch, the biggest stitch, which is usually a 5 on most machines.
Yeah.
So two rows on a 5, and then you can just pull it up.
We're getting some lovely messages for Rebecca.
Oh.
Sorry if I've not managed to get yours out today. So engrossed in everything that's happening. But Judith says, Adam presenting, and it is the dream team with Rebecca on board. Great Sunday. Thanks very much, Judith. Stefania says, morning, Rebecca. This was a question, actually. We kind of covered it a little bit. She's new to clothes sewing and toiles. What do you do with the toile when you've made it? Do you pick it? Then transfer things onto your pattern, or
just reuse it. Don't ever throw it, especially if it's a good size. Just unpick it, and it's there for anything else that you might want to
Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, don't.
Really useful for future reference, future patterns, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. So don't throw it away. No.
Question on the bottom: what size stitch would you use on your machine to make your toile? Can you use the biggest stitch? This is a good question.
Not for your toile. I wouldn't. I would use the stitch that you would have used anyway. Just simply because when you're trying it on, you don't want it to be any different. And obviously, with a stitch, it could give more than it would if you're using the stitch that you would normally use.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense. Yeah.
for me, I would keep it on.
I tend to go just very slightly larger than my normal, and that's only because I'm lazy and if I haven't make it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with
Full professional here.
I get it. No, I get
but
it.
I won't go any more than 3 millimeters.
No.
3, certainly. But no, that's a good question. Jane, Sussex. Good morning, Adam and Rebecca. Lovely to see you both.
Oh, Jane.
We've been chatting about you actually saying how much we both enjoy.
Yes,
patterns.
your thing.
So thank you. Susan says, lovely to see Adam and Rebecca together. Really looking forward to the show. Thanks, Susan. And Trisha, what a lovely show with Adam and Rebecca. Fabulous. Keep these messages coming in.
Nice.
We've got one here in the studio. Love the Cassie pattern in the short sleeveless version and bought the Elliot pattern too.
They look great together, actually.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. So that's the same company in your second hour, Rebecca.
Yeah, it is.
That's going to be great. So these patterns, I think, are going to be pretty popular. So if you do want to shop ahead, like Pauline in has, then feel free to do that. Thanks for that message, Pauline. Great stuff.
And it's great that you can, pair them together.
Well, that's done, I think, on your post. You put the dress and
I
the
put it
cardigan
together.
together, and it actually works really, really well.
So that's my first tier on.
So we're just going to have a look at this graphic first of all. Okay. This is the Elliot pattern coming up soon, coming up at 11 o'clock. There you are. There it is. So a dress, but it worked great with this one we're showing. Sorry, we're getting excited about what's coming up throughout the day.
Right, that's fine.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's your first tier on. So
lovely.
Yeah. So it is just a case of adding. So you go down to the second one, which is slightly longer and obviously a bit wider, and you're just gathering those up.
Do you have any tips? Because I've seen before in terms of which thread to pull when you're gathering up.
Yeah, so that's really important. So if you're going to pull either from the back or the front, make sure that you then don't change it, because what will happen, it'll stop it from moving because you're pulling in the opposite direction, so it'll lock. Yeah. And then you won't be able to move it. So always, whichever side you decide to pull from, make sure that you do that always.
Yeah. So just stay consistent.
Yeah, because otherwise you will be in trouble. Yeah. So it is just a case of doing this and then stitching them all down. So they get and it's not. There's not loads and loads of gathers because some people don't like loads and loads of gathers, do they? No. So they're like it's what I would say. It's very gentle.
It's a soft gather.
Yes, it's So it's nice. It just gives some movement, which is what you want, isn't it? In a longer dress, you just want some movement. So that's all I'm doing. So what I tend to do is I pin it either end onto whatever it is I'm pinning it from. Make sure your threads are where you can get at them. And then I'm just going to have a look and see if I've pulled that up enough, if I've gathered it enough. And then I just want to make sure that I've equaled out the gathers so that I haven't got more down one end than the other, which would look quite obvious. Probably only to somebody that's a dressmaker, actually. I'm sure if you said to somebody, that's gathered up more that side than that side, they probably wouldn't notice, would they?
Well, I think if it's a real full gather and you got it unevenly distributed, I think you'd notice more.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think on this, maybe because it's a soft gather, it's important, isn't it, just to take that time you're doing
just to move them around, just because visually you can just, if you just step back from it a little bit, you can see exactly where all those gathers are and where you would like them to be. So I'm rushing it a bit because I want to try and get this third one on so that you can see. Because I just think it's a really clever way of putting it together, that you're like I was saying, you've not got these big tiers and you're trying to get them all the way round. You're just breaking it up.
Because the amount of times it's happened to me, and thank goodness I've got these extra rows of stitchings, in, but if one breaks, so it's breaking the job down and making it more manageable.
That's it.
We're just going to try and show you on the screen, just to try and show you some of the gathers. It's a little bit difficult because obviously this gorgeous William Morris fabric has got a lot going on it. It is beautiful. But basically what we mean by this soft gather, you can just see on the waist here, it's lovely and even. Little gathers on the waistline, and then as we go down, these pattern pieces, am I right in saying they're rectangles?
Yes.
For the tiers?
Yes, they are, yeah.
So there's a gather on each of those tiers there, evenly distributed. Lovely. We've got a question in. Oh, I love a question from Sue. How do you stop the gathers puckering? Do you sew over them? And do you sew with gathers flat side up, or the gathers up? And it's a great question. And it was something I was going to ask from Sue in Norfolk. So once we've got this pinned, I'm sure that we'll be able to show us as we're putting it through.
So I think the trick is to, obviously you've got 2 rows of gathering stitch within your seam allowance. So if you stitch as close to the last row as possible, then the gathers are going to sit where you want them to be. If you come too far away, that's when you will start to get, so you might go a bit flatter there, and then you'd get like a massive fold over there because you've come too far away from that gathering stitch. Or what you could do is have 1 row of gathering stitch within your seam allowance and the other slightly out, and then you're stitching in between those two rows of gathering stitch. That's another really good way. If you're not used to doing it, that might be the better way. And then all you've got to do when you've finished is pull the row out that you can see that is outside of your seam allowance, and that because it's a big stitch, it's really easy to just pull that out, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. That's a really good tip to do when outside your allowance if you're beginning, because it's just going to stabilise the fabric on both sides as well as do the gather. No, that's a brilliant.
Yeah. So just until you're sort of used to them, really. Or I mean, there's nothing wrong with keep doing that either, if that's because it does mean that they stay nice and even, and you don't have to worry them looking, funny or.
And what is the seam allowance on this pattern? Is it?
So it's a centimetre.
Wonderful.
It's a centimetre. Yeah, I think I'm right.
So standard kind of seam
usually is.
So I'm guessing with your second row, you would you would shy of a centimetre, and then on your second.
Yeah.
That's going to work perfectly that way.
There we go.
As well. So then the other part of that question, when we get under, I don't want to push it. It's things like this that it's like, take your time over doing this bit. Isn't it?
Yeah. So I haven't got this perfectly at all. I would take a lot of time to do this, but I want to get these under the machine so that you can see me stitching these down.
Yeah, I think it was just getting used to which way the fabric should be, whether the gathers should be, but we'll see that in a moment. Another question, I think. If you wanted to shorten the length, would you have to shorten each tier? And that's from Judith in Canterbury. Judith, there's an option actually in the pattern instructions to just have 2 tiers.
Yeah.
So you can see again on the picture there. Maybe that's not the kind of length you wanted. I suppose it's quite easily adjustable, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think if you, because they're all 3 of them are slightly different lengths anyway. So if you decide, and if it's a bit shorter than that second one, just measure where you want that. Measure the top tier, and if there's a massive discrepancy, just equal it out between the 2. That's something that's very easily done.
Yeah.
That's not something that's hard at all.
And with those pattern pieces being rectangles, having to, circumnavigate around really hard adjustments.
No. So I would say if you're going to do something like that, trace your pattern piece off, so that you've got the original and as it is. But just trace off and make your adjustment, and then you've got that. That's your extra bit of got an extra bit of pattern there for if anybody. I'm sure people will say, "Oh, I like that. Can you do one for me?" And then you've got it, then, haven't you?
That's it. Do you ever go no? Honestly, you must have had some really funny requests in the past. I know I have.
Yes.
I'll let you into a funny story about my uncle's jeans. He'd asked me to take them up. He's only very short, bless him. I think he's got something like a 26 inside leg.
Wow.
So I was taking these jeans up and I was pulling his leg one Sunday, and I said to him, what happened, Uncle John? I says, I've taken the right leg up, but I've left the left as was to give you room to grow into them. and he went to me and went, "Oh, thank you very much, Adam." Like, it did not look at all. But yeah, the amount of things when people know you're sewing, you must be the same at home. It's like, could you just do this? Could you? And I know. Sometimes what people think is easy and somehow magic because you've got a sewing machine is actually quite time consuming.
I know.
To get all those gathers right, you want to take your time.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I get a lot of. Can you put me a new zip in?
Oh
no, no, I can't. That's the simple answer. Me and zips, we're not the best of friends. So there we go. So there's the bottom one.
Fabulous.
In.
That's great.
I mean, I would like to have spent a little bit more time on that, but that's we're against time. So yeah, so it is just a case of keep going with those, and you do exactly the same on the back as well, and then it's just doing your side seams and putting your facing in. And doing understitching. So I know we talk a lot about when we do our facings and we do our understitch. So that is just you are pressing the seam allowance over to the facing side, and then it's what it says. It's the opposite of top stitch. So on the inside of the facing, you're going to do like a top stitch with all your seam allowance. So you're catching all the seam allowance in there. And it just makes it sit nicely. So it wants to stay inside the dress, and it wants to sit very close to the neck, and then just do some stitches into the seams down the shoulder just to keep it in place.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Understitching was the biggest thing I learned when I was sewing properly. I love it. I'm a massive fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see how beautiful that neckline is, and that's because the understitching that Rebecca's put in, and it's keeping that facing towards the inside of the garment.
Understitching is so important.
Yeah.
And it's overlooked a lot of the time, but it is the difference between a neckline sitting properly to what there's worse. You know, you've bought things from some shops,
Yeah.
and that's not been done properly, and the whole time it keeps popping out, doesn't it, all the time, tucking it in or whatever. So understitching means that you're not going to have any of that problem.
So
It's
take the
all-
time to
yes.
do that. I confess, when I was before, in fact, the first ever pattern I sewed up, I was probably about 14. I didn't know what stitching was. I didn't know what a notch was.
Oh, bless
I
you.
just had this inspiration to make a dress, not for me, just because I wanted to make a dress. And yeah, I didn't know what stitching was, so I skipped those bits. I didn't do them.
Yeah.
But then, as I've now obviously got more
Now
into
you've
sewing,
realised, yeah.
you realise the importance of it.
Yeah, no,
So
it
just
is,
quickly,
definitely.
Rebecca, to answer the question that we had a while ago. So you've got the gathers on the top, yeah?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, because I want to know where they are.
Yeah, you can control them more that
I want to be able to control them and to, and to just give them a little bit of a tweak should they need it.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, so never have them underneath, I would say. Always have them where you can see them. Yeah. Okay, and then, where are we? And then the very top one, which is the smallest one. And then you'll have one side. It's like a jigsaw. I always think patterns, like huge jigsaw pieces, aren't they, with fabric?
Do you know what? I've never looked at it that way. That's so true.
Just a case of putting each bit together and, making sure that it all fits as it should.
That's it. Yeah, I've never thought about it that way. A jigsaw that you choose the picture of.
Yeah, that's it.
You choose the fabric.
Yeah.
That's very deep this morning, isn't it, for a Sunday?
Very deep for a Sunday. And we've been up since, you know, God knows when, haven't we?
I was not understitching my frock a minute ago. Philosophical.
Oh, dear, you're so funny. Oh.
Because I know we probably won't get time to discuss it, but just like the hem on this, really easy to do.
So yeah, so you turn a centimetre and then a centimetre again, exactly the same around the arms as well.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, just you know, stitch.
Yeah.
Really, really easy. Yeah, really easy. And this is the sort of thing you might get up in the morning and think, oh, I've got that Cassie dress out there with the fabric. I'm going out this afternoon or tonight.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
You can have it done. And that's just thrilling, isn't it? Don't you think? I still get a buzz out of that. That you can start off with a paper pattern, a big roll of fabric, and by the end of the day, if it's possible, if the pattern allows, you've got an outfit.
And that's just brilliant. I mean, when I've been on with John, he'd be telling me, look, so you know what, considering you're under time and pressure, those gathers really even.
Oh,
I don't think I could do that, Rebecca, as evenly as that.
And like I said, it's exactly the same again. So you've got your other 3 tiers ready for the back, and then it's just a case of whipping it together. And because it's a grown sleeve, you haven't even got to try and get a sleeve round an arm, you know, the armhole, and it's just like that. So that's shoulder, and that is your underarm, and it just goes around like that. And you'll just match up your gathers from both sides when you get there. You know, match it up as you go down, so that when you're looking at it, it's seamless.
Yeah,
as it goes around.
No, yes. So I suppose that's why you've got to be really careful. Anybody new to sewing, really stick to your seam allowances so that they do match up down the side.
Yeah, definitely. And what I always do as well, if I can just show you quickly on it, when I'm matching a seam, obviously I'd have pressed these up because that's where they want to go. But when I'm matching a seam, so I get my pin on one side and put it as close to the seam allowance as possible. And then if you just pull that first bit back, and then you can get your pin as close as possible to the second bit, and then keep it in place like that. And also, if it's that way, you can go over it very gently on your machine. Obviously, don't whiz over it, otherwise you might break a needle. But you can just go over it. And then because that pin has anchored those two seams together, it should stay together. So when you open it up, the seam will run along together.
That's such a good tip. Because there's no, I've done it before where I've sewn a seam that should be meeting together.
Yeah.
And the seam allowance has got no skew width under because
Yes.
perhaps I haven't taken the time to pin it.
Yeah.
That's,
Well,
that's like that attention to detail.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you pin this way instead of that way, then it will. Yeah, especially if you've got something like that you're trying to match. If you try and pin that way, but like I said, go really, really steady because it shouldn't. The needle should just automatically jump over the pin, but not always. So just don't absolutely put your foot down and go for it.
You have to have your health safety goggles on.
Yes, yeah.
We've got a pair of them that work on. For when we're doing sequin fabric. Putting sequin through, the pinging.
Yes, I know what you mean. Workroom. And my house as well was full of sequins at the end of, by the time I finished panto.
Yeah, they end up everywhere, don't they?
I still find them now.
I find them in my bed, in my bathroom.
I know.
It messes up the Hoover.
Yeah, they're just everywhere. Right, but they make such a good impact on stage, don't they?
Yeah, they do. All fabrics that make such an impact on stage are the hardest to sew and the hardest to make.
They're the nightmare, aren't they?
They are. That's fab. Loving those gathers, loving this dress. So we're just going to recap the pattern first off. Now, just to warn you, loads of you are loving this and have got it in baskets. So, if you're wanting this, I'd advise you to go through and check out £20. Sandy's already got the pattern. I did several Cassie dresses in double gauze, check gingham, cotton, a lovely pattern. I love the variations it offers. Sandy from Waterloo. That's fabulous, and that's just firms up what we're saying. Tried and tested. It is a versatile pattern.
Yeah. And what I love about patterns is every single one of these, it will look slightly different, even though it's the same pattern.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, if you're feeling adventurous, like you were saying, we've put one in an afternoon, if you that kind of level, like you could have two on the go. You could cut your fabric twice into different fabrics. Definitely. Very lucky as people that sew. I didn't know what term to use then, because there's sewers, dressmakers, tailors.
There's lots
people
of
who sew.
There's people that sew.
It's great. We're lucky. Right. So we're just going to bring up that size chart again, because we did promise early on that we would show it again. So over 50 people have got this in basket. So I'm going to advise you to check out on this pattern, £20. You can see the variation that you've got in there as well with the different styles. Great that we've had people messaging in as well. So yeah, sizes 6 to 24, 31 in, up to 49, or slightly bigger measurements and more ease in the t-shirt bodice, which is a 32.5 inch at a size 6, and then up to a 50.5 inch bust on the size 24. There we go. So carry on going through that, but whilst you're doing that, we've got this fabric here. So this is the denim that Rebecca's using, 4 ounce, £38.99 for your 4 metre bundle. It's a medium blue colour. It's nice and lightweight, actually. We use this quite a lot on Sewing Street. It's really versatile for different garments and patterns. It would look great in this dress, what I was saying earlier, paired with some of the William Morris fabric that we've got on the website.
Yeah, paired with this would be, with the denim. Yeah, amazing.
Lovely colours. Right, we're going to do the Ditsy Blue bundle, just to recap some of these. I'm hoping I'm going to pick up the right one now. 4 metres is the largest size with the sleeve, just to clarify that as well. So there's not much of this left. I think there's only 4 left in stock of this one.
Wow.
4 bundles. So your bundle is 4 metres, cotton lawn, navy mini floor, $36.99. And then I think this has been another popular one as well, black with the floral. 4 metres, your cotton. We've got teen figures for this, so it's going down. It's been popular. Cotton lawn. Here's your cotton lawn. Your so that's your pink. Mini floral. 4 metres of that, $36.99. All of these fabrics will make a stunning Cassie dress, whichever variation you use. This is what we were saying would be this whole wedding type vibe, guest. Really, really nice. I think we've not got much of that left either. So we've got some pop, slightly heavier than the lawn. Quite beautifully for this. Still get those nice gathers that Rebecca's kindly demonstrated for us today in the dress. $4.99, your 4 metre bundle. We talked a lot about toiles, so we're going to do calico now by the ½ metre. Always great to add to your stack. You can use it for toiles, but you can use it to dye. You can make all sorts from calico. So by the ½ metre, $2.99. Great to get some of that to make a toile of the dress or any future projects. Okay, we've also got it by the bolt. Ooh! Right. We know they'd only be making the bodice, so your ½ metre is probably okay. But we're going to show you this because this is the most cost-effective way to buy your calico. So this is how it would come to you. A big bolt, 25 metres on that bolt. You're saving £24.50. Okay, it's $124.99. That's 25 metres. It's pre-shrunk, which is brilliant.
Wow.
This is, if you love your dressmaking, do quite a bit of it. It's the opportunity to have it there in your back room. In all honesty, I have one of these in my room at home. I'm really low actually, but
it's always, isn't it? I've got a massive roll of it myself, and it's
handy to have.
The must-have thing.
So they are $124.99 for your 25 metres. So this would still be covered in 1P&P. So if you've already paid something, you could just add this on, because it's quite a heavy, big item. I need to the gym, honestly. I could lift it up.
You could use that.
I know. Who needs to when you've got a bolt of calico?
Yeah, that's it.
Hannah's just saying one of the sessions, one of the hours could be working out with
with your fabric.
Can you imagine that?
Listen, why not?
Wonderful. So there we are. Great having your dressmaking workroom. Oh, I've just seen it's on split as well, which is good. There you go. Wonderful. So some fabulous fabrics. Now, Rebecca, you're going to be joining us again at 11 o'clock.
I am.
And we're going to be doing the same company, but a different pattern. People have already spotted it already. The Elliot cardigan.
Elliot cardigan, yes. Which
there's a picture of it. Unisex, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And it goes great with this dress.
Goes great with this dress. Wonderful. Well, that's great.
Yeah, that's very quickly. Obviously, I haven't got all the side seams done, but that's the front and back together. So, and then all it is the neck facing and the hems, and that's it. That's how quick it is.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
You've been beavering away
Really
whilst I've
quick.
been trying to look bolts of calico. So Rebecca, thank you so much. Real great tips there, real great insight into this fabulous dress pattern. I can't wait for your 11 o'clock.
I look forward to it.
Don't go anywhere. Please stick with us, because next up we've got some great sewing room tools, and we'll be right back with those after this short break.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event, taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops, some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting. Lots of prizes in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making. Carla Bagshaw will be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Rice, who will be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all, because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me direct at andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your ticket now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and it's a little bit more accurate. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down. I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next step underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stick almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot on a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across. You can stitch the next one in. It's really easy. Just carry your stitching all the way along. You can stitch along the line. You can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the show live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what part? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also get in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Morning, morning. Welcome back to Street. Just joining us today. We've had a great day so far with some dressmaking. We've had some wonderful fabrics, and we're back with this hour with some wonderful sewing tools and some useful things for your sewing room, your sewing studio, your sewing space. So we have got 4 amazing Orifil sets back in stock. Why are they're staple colours? We've got them in neutral colours as well, and they are the big spools. Let's start with this one first, but let's just show you some of these packs next to each other. Okay. Yeah, black, white and grey is what we've got there. So 3 different tones of grey and 3 different tones of blue. Yeah, I've got one with some different beige as well. There we go. We're going to start with the black and white and the grey. So let's have a look at those first. Orifil threads, absolutely fabulous. I know a lot of people use these. 100% cotton. Jenny Jackson, I know I keep mentioning this morning, to be ever so pleased. She's always talking to me about Orifil thread. I know she has a lot in her stash, but these are great for your patchwork and quilting. So we've got 1,300 metres on each spool, and they are 50 weight, so perfect for machine and hand sewing as well, but perfect to run for your machine. 100% cotton at £28.99 for these. And because we've got quite neutral tones, they're going to be really easy to use when you're piecing different coloured fabrics together. Rather than keep changing machine colour, you can make it easier and chain piece things, especially the black and white basics to have on a machine. So you're getting those in this set, and you get the grey as well, which if you're unsure which colour to pick can be quite neutral and work really well with different colours. So that's £28.99. Good quality thread in Orifil. It's a brand that we know, we trust. So overall, it's 3,900 metres. That's 1,300 metres per spool. So that's a lot of thread there on your spools. It's definitely going to keep you going. Could be used in your bobbin, your sewing machine. As I said, you could use it to hand sew as well if you wanted to. It is a 50 weight cotton. Wonderful. And these are back in stock as well. So we've not had them until now. We've got them back in stock at £28.99 for your Orafill. Hannah's just telling me that we've not had these for a long time, apparently. About a year. Oh, okay. So there we are. Well, we've got them today. £28.99. Black, white and grey there. Let's go to the all grey one next. Now, this is the most popular one for us, but if you're not somebody that sews, it might be something that you'd overlook, or if you're kind of new to quilting, would maybe overlook because you just think, oh, grey. But they know this is the one to get. A lot of people are checking out on this already. £28.99. Again, you've got your 3 spools, your different shades of grey in this Milan Grey Orafill set. They're just really neutral and they really come in handy when you're piecing together lots of different colours. You don't want to be repeatedly changing the colour of your thread on your machine or on your bobbin. So it's really good because it's a neutral colour and it's going to save you that task. So these are really good to have in your sewing room, loaded on your machine, ready to piece for your next project. So we've got the colour next and we've got some more noodles for you. This is the Verona Mauve. They're white, peachy, browny colours. Let's just open this one up. Let's see if we can show you this one. So these might be overlooked again, but if you're using more traditional quilting colours, these would be really useful. So these are your Mauve, Orafill. Your same again, you've got 1,300 metres on each spool. There's 3,900 metres in total in the pack. And it looks like, we're just checking now again in the gallery, it looks like it's taken us over a year to get these back in stock, but it's good that we have got them back in stock. We've got them today, £28.99. A lot of people are coming in for this and putting them in their baskets, which is great, of course, but if you want to snaffle yours, then make sure that you're checking out. So that is the Verona Mauve, a good go-to, all of these really. Right, okay, so we're really liking these this morning. When everybody's checked out, over half the stock has gone. Okay. So they are your 50 weight Orafill threads. So yeah, making sure that if you want these, check them out, of course. Right, let's show you blues. And I do like my blues. Which are nice colours. But I think the purpose of quilting these greys and blacks and whites are so useful, as I say, because of the neutrality in colour. But if we do want some colour, this is the blues. Let me open this one as well, just to show you. Can I get it open? Oh, I'll have to go. Okay. So apparently, blue is supposed to be the world's favourite colour. Oh, there you go. There you are. So they're different blues, your Como blues. I wonder whether that's named after Lake Como. They are related to places. Yeah, I was thinking that was going through. We've got Verona there. Yeah, they're Italian. Yeah, it's almost like the colour cube ideas that we were talking about this morning on the first hour. Maybe they've used those, and they are. Yeah, they're all Italian names. So the Como Blues, half the stock has gone of those as well. Everybody's checked out. Let's have a message this morning. Only recently discovered Aurifil, but it's amazing to sew with in my sewing machine. Great show, Adam. That's from Caroline in West Midlands. Well, thank you, Caroline. And yeah, great tip. Great that you've just discovered it. It goes beautifully in your sewing machine for your quilting. Using quality thread is really, really important. If you're going to be paying out for your fabrics, then it's really worth the investment on quality thread as well to match the project. As I say, 100% cotton this, so it's cotton thread. It's 50 weight, 1,300 metres per spool. That's a total of 3,900 metres in the set, 28.90. It's very popular, this thread, amongst us sewers, and everybody obviously knows that because they're getting it when getting it in their baskets. We just urge you to check out so you're not disappointed. Oh, Hannah's asking AI now. Now, isn't it scary, AI? Oh, I'll tell you something in a minute, but she's asked AI, she said blue is consistently the world's most favourite colour, coming up in surveys and studies. She's asked AI. Now, before today, I jumped on the bandwagon and turned myself into a Barbie doll. Well, it wasn't a Barbie doll, it was an action figure. But this artificial intelligence, you put it in and give it a picture of yourself, and there you are, you're an action figure. And it was ever so funny because somebody messaged me saying, Adam, is that going to be the today? And I said, we'd have to crash it quite a bit to sell it. Can't crash below £1, Hannah. Dare she? Okay, so we've got another message. I cannot recommend Aurifil enough. I've topped up on lovely neutrals just to keep the supplies in. Lovely to see you presenting, Adam. A grand job. Actually, Caroline, that's Caroline from the West Midlands. Lovely. Down the road. I'm a Midlands boy myself, originally Leicester, but now it's outside of Leamington Spa. Said in the poshest voice, and I'm really not posh. Yeah, let's just have a look at those warm beiges again, because I think people are interested in those. Let's have a look at those. I'll pop that back. I'm being ever so good and putting them back in the boxes. They are then. It's the Verona mauve. Yeah, they're all places. There we are then. So there's those warm kind of browny beige colours. Good for your quilting, 50 weight. 28.99 for the Verona. These are all the same. And we'll open up the greys as well. I'll show you the greys because a lot of people want in these, and it's because, you know, we've mentioned the tip that the grey is really neutral, and I think because we've not had them in for a while, they're going like hot cake, especially the grey. So the Milan grey. I've got to tell you they were all named after Italian places. She says, I didn't tell you, she says, I couldn't read it. Oh, do you know what? I know it sounds, but I'm having to struggle this morning. I'm going to have to get a description done, you know. Just reading the messages off the screen. Okay. Well, the thing is, I've got my contact lenses in and they start to dry up after a bit. Don't ever get near an oven when you've got contact lenses in, because so this is your greys. It's all right. We'll be all right. We've got the green machine coming up later, so I've got to be all right. We'll be all right. Okay, so there you greys. They say they've been really popular. Lovely. Bit opportunity to stock up on these. A lot of you have messaged in to say that as well, which is lovely. I've got another message on the bottom. Morning, Adam. You were doing a fantastic job of presenting. Such a natural. Oh, bless you, Gail from Kate. Kate? I wasn't natural until then. From Gail from Kent. Yeah, natural colours is thread. We like to link it here. Blue, definitely the favourite colour in my family. It's great on you, Adam. From Caroline in the West Midlands. Thank you very much. Fabulous. Yes, much. No, I do like blue. It makes my eyes look bluer actually when I wear this. And we've got messages on Facebook as well. Sorry if I'm not getting to you on Facebook, I forget. But Susan Harrison was saying fabulous show. Patricia was saying morning to us both on the dressmaking hour. Wendy, good morning to you. Sue Langford, hi Adam, lovely to see you again. Is it June o'clock yet? Just making a pair of trousers from a lightweight viscose. I'm using fine new Mitratex needle, but the stitches are puckering slightly, so any tips? Well, we might get to some tips. Hang on when we get to Rebecca's second hour, because we might talk needles and fabric then, so that'll be good to stay involved at 11 o'clock. Elaine Woods, hi Adam, so lovely to see you. My favourite colour is blue, just like you and Stuart. Oh, yeah, Stuart always says he likes to wear blue, and he's got lovely blue eyes, you know. He really has. Because we've talked blue, let's do the blue again, all right. I'm spending a bit of time on these because obviously we haven't had them in we've waited for them a long while, so let's give them the time they deserve and give you the chance to get them. Right, are we going to get the blue ones out? Let's just open them. Right, okay, there's the blue ones. Just recapping these now. Como, which you think is after Lake Como. It's got to be, isn't it? I've never been. I love Italy. I've been to some lovely places in Italy. I've been to Lake Como. I've been to Sorrento. That was really nice. And I'm going on holiday this year to Santorini. I got confused for Sorrento because they're both in with an S. And we're just telling Becky that we're going to Sorrento for my holidays, and I'm not. I'm going to Santorini. But when I used to work on the ships, we used to sail into not Santorini, we did, and Sorrento as well, or seen places, but not Lake Como. Yeah, it would be difficult to sail into the lake on a big cruise ship. Oh dear. Lovely. So amazing opportunity if you've managed to get those Aurifil threads. Great. Can these Aura threads be used in an ordinary sewing machine, or are they specifically for embroidery machines? So they're not embroidery specific, they're not embroidery threads, they are for your normal machine. The website, it does say that 50 weight can be used with machine embroidery. They're not made for that purpose, it can be. But to answer your question, Anne, thanks for messaging. Yes, you can use them on your machine, on your machine. Using them for things like quilting and piecing. You wouldn't use these really for garment making. Okay, that's it. Wonderful. So that's your Aurifil threads this morning. Let's do some other bits and bobs now. Neutral colourways. Oh, we're going to do, right, this might sound a little bit odd at first, but bear with me. It is our 10-inch snowman gathering. Now, you might think, Adam, come on now. That's not neutral, it's Christmas. I know, but me and Hannah were looking at this morning, and actually, the snowman are very minimal. Okay, we can open this one. I can't open one. I'm on strict instructions. I might be able to. There we go. So it only shows you that first fabric. You don't get to see the rest of it. Can I take it all the way out? I'm doing it. Now. Just to show you. So you see this and you think Christmas, right? And that'll be handy for when the time comes. As soon as we got past those two, we have got lots of gorgeous neutrals that aren't specifically Christmas or specifically festive. I mean, okay, this is a little bit Scandinavian type design, but not specifically Christmas. These are really nice. This is a really great one for you sash. Look at these little stars on there. So, okay, we've got some more snowmen there, another one, but obviously it would coordinate that. But look, as I'm going through these, right, so we're crashing this price to $52.99, down from $59.99. So that's quite a good saving. So we were having a great chat about Japan this morning, me and Hannah, because we've both been. Well, Hannah told me she'd only been for a week. I was flummoxed. I was like, how has she been to Japan for a weekend? But but she was telling me that she was staying in India and then was doable to get over to Japan, which made more sense. The reason we're talking about Japan is because in traditional Japanese quilting, you get a lot of these colourways in. So that really works. But can you see, although it's called Snowman Gathering or Snowmen Gathering, 42 pieces, 10-inch charm pack, $42.99. Yeah, $42.99 price. And you're getting all of these fabrics. I'm still going. I'm just taking you from all of them. So it's that muted palette. You might struggle to get hold of those colourways all in one pack. So, like to me, the patterns do repeat over again. So there's some more snowmen there in slightly different colours. But you've not, compared to the bulk of it, you've not got many of the snowmen at all. So keep your snowmen for Christmas. Or, I mean, if you're really eager and want to get on Christmas projects now, then that would be good. And then if you've got your aura fill, I mean, look, your greys are going to be perfect, aren't they, with these greys. Let me just pull that out there. It's got a little bit trapped. Your greys and your aura fills, I've got with those, look. So there's no problem with that. And again, you've got your Como blues as well. Your aura fill. So this is all going to coordinate and work together. That's fabulous, okay? So I told you to bear with me. Now, because of the snow, you see there's not many snowmen in there. Now, if you like those, then we've got the same thing in a little charm pack. Now, we're very limited on these ones, okay? So I'm going to open it up because we are very limited on it. But we can have a little flick through. Do you know what the exact same prints and colourways as what you've just seen and what I've shown you? So we're down now to $12.99. So these are Moda fabrics, 100% quality cotton, world-renowned. No Moda fabrics, of course. This is your 5-inch charm pack, 42 of those fabrics. And these, being able to show them as we've shown them today, Hannah feels like we divulged a real big secret, because when you see on the website that you've got that on the front, you assume it's all Christmassy, but as you can go through it, it's not. So it's actually a nice little good bargain. $12.99 for your charm pack, 5-inch. So we're on single fingers of them. We knew, so they're going to more than likely sell out. So if you're wanting them, make sure basket and check out. Okay. Let's do some dressmaking tools next then. Let's do the curved ruler next. Just need to pick it up from here. Okay. Now these are really helpful. Good. All right. This is So Easy curved ruler at $9.99. Lots and lots of different measurements on here, including diameters. It's metric and imperial as I'm looking at it. So whichever you use or prefer to use works best. It's useful having these little holes that you can mark through onto your patterns or your calico toile. Me and Spain, you know, we draw over all of our calico toiles to do pattern alterations. It's handy as well to add seam allowance onto things that may not already have seam allowance, because you've got the measurement side here and the little gridded bit. You've also got the measurement round here as well. So you've got the straight edge of the ruler and the curved part. And what's brilliant is on the reverse of this, it gives you some ideas and instructions on how to use the ruler. It's a lot that can be used within one ruler to change the style, to change the neckline. So the dress doing earlier, if you wanted in more advanced, wanted to change the neckline on it, you could use this ruler to do it. Might not be your first port of call, especially if you're beginning as a dressmaker, but as you progress, these tools are available to help you out and make life easier. Even buttonholes. This is something that, when it comes to it in a dressmaking pattern, is marking up your buttonholes. It shows you how to do that here, and there's perforations, well, not perforations, it's a slot that you can chalk them in on, which might need to another product we've got maybe a bit later on. It shows you that you've got the slots to be able to do that. Also for things like shortening dresses and changing the hemline to mark that out correctly. We were talking about shortening dresses earlier on, and pattern alterations as well. And the curved part being able to be used to adjust things. We usually say rule of thumb, you don't really want to play around with changing the arm or the armhole in a pattern. If you're confident, then you might want to go for something like that if there's a need to. But certainly the curved part for changing a neckline, brilliant. It's going to really help if you wanted to do a more curvier neckline. Then great. Or maybe to curve and grade in between sizes on a pattern. We get a lot of people ask this within dressmaking. If I'm a one size on the bust and then a different size on the waist and the hips, well, you can grade between the patterns by going from those points and using a curved ruler to gently draw a curved line between those parts. So I could take the measurements from one size and then on the bust and the measurements from another size on the waist or the hip, and then grade in between them. If it's just a difference of a size or two, that's going to work perfectly. So that's the curved side of the ruler that you can use. Really useful tool to have. We've got a message here, and this is sent in by Claudia in Surrey. Morning, Claudia. She says, morning, Adam. I have to say you are a born presenter. Demo items and great with all the prospects coming in. Hope you come back soon. Oh, do you know what? That is such a lovely message. I'll be honest, I do. I just love it. I used to present a lot on the cruise ship. The same to Hannah. I used to do game shows. And classic game shows as well. We used to have so much fun, and we used to get a lot of the guests and passengers involved as contestants. And we used to have some real fun. But I always loved the presenting side, and I love coming in and sharing my experiences in sewing, which is why I love the demonstrating side of it. But to stand here and be able to show you different fabrics and stuff and work with the team is brilliant. So thank you for all your support. Thank you for all your wonderful messages. I'm having a great time, and I hope you are too. Is it sunny outside? I don't know. No, I've not got to go, but I'm just wondering, because it's been such a lovely weekend, and yeah, it just makes you feel brighter. Wonderful. Right, so that pattern ruler. $9.99 for that one, really helpful. Lovely. Right, shall we do, yes, let's do the pencil, the chalk pencil. Let's give it a go. So I've got one out of the packaging, and I'll pull the ones in with. Yeah. So we've got, let's do this first. Let's move that out of the way. So this is brilliant. So brilliant that I need to get myself one, because I'm using, apparently there's a place where they sell them. I use like a big block of chalk, and sometimes you need that little bit more and this basically is it holds refills, so you can refill it. You've got a little eraser on the back as well. You've got your little sharpener there to sharpen it, so you can be really precise with when you need to be marking things. And it's really important to mark your markings onto your pattern and your fabric. When I first started sewing, I never marked my notches at all, which is really naughty. But I don't do that anymore. But it's perfect to watch. Mark your notches, mark your starts in, mark maybe a new hemline with your curved ruler. So it's going to be really great. What you could also do as well is mark your buttonholes. As we were saying on this ruler earlier, I've got this gap here. I'm not going to actually do it, but we can like mark in between there, and we've got different sizes: 7/8 of an inch, 1 1/8 of an inch, 1 3/8, and you can compare that to your buttons and diameters as well. So that's that, which is absolutely great. Real useful tool to have. And it's not like I'm using at the moment, that block of chalk, and then you can't quite get it sharp and, you know, as you need it. You can refill it. So there we are, $14.99 it is for that one. Easy to use. Comes with, anyway, doesn't it, different colours and a few chalk and stuff. And does it come with thicknesses as well? Yeah, it does. You've got your thicker one, which is installed in it, which is your 3.8 millimetres, and then you've got an even finer one, 2 millimetres, which is quite handy because it depends on what you're looking at. Sometimes you might just need a little bit more precision, so you could install your 2 millimetre chalk reel there, and that'd work really nicely. Another great sewing room tool for you. $14.99 for that one. Right, so are coming in using this chalk pencil and triangles. Really useful pencil. Don't put the chalk in too far. Okay, I'm guessing then you lose it and then it might get jammed. And that's from Fran in Greater London. So don't push your chalk in too far because you might lose it. But that's a really, honestly, it's things like this though, that from using you pick up on those things. And people always ask me, you know, with sewing, how do you know to do it that way, not that way? It's just practice and experience. So, you know, with that, that's a real tip. Thank you very much, Fran. Wonderful. Fabulous. People are still messaging in the Facebook page. Morning, Adam, you're doing a great job this morning. Thanks very much, Laurie. Oh, lovely to hear from you. Elaine, good morning. So lovely to see you. Jenny's messaged in, Jenny Jackson, who you all might know. Aurifil is her absolute fave and go-to. So she's glad you've been getting your Aurifil. Bex, morning all. Fab show. Sue and Rebecca all day. Hope we get to present again soon. Well, me too, fingers crossed. And Laurie, good morning. Amazing to see you. It's amazing to have you here. Great presenter. Love your waistcoat. Looking sharp. Can we do that, please? Debbie also looks too. So that's Debbie from Pembrokeshire. Good morning, Debbie, to you. I won't have to do a twirl around again. I've done it a few times, but there you are. Wonderful. That's the back of my waistcoat. Now, I'd love to say I'd made it, but I haven't. I know that's really bad. I know. But I can't lie. People always say to me, you should say you've just made it. That's all right until they see the tag in the back. I'm honest. Yeah, it's actually using, you know, a popular high street brand's label in your own goods. Anyway, there you are. Do the refills then. Okay. So these fit the pencil. So it's important to note you don't get a pencil in it. You literally just get this, what I'm showing you now. That's it in the packaging. So it's good to know that you can get the refills as well. $8.99 for the refills. So you've already got the pen at home, need some refills. These might be what you're after today. Nice to order them along with the pen as well, so you're fully stocked up. I mean, you do get some with the pen as well, obviously, but you might want to double up on them. You never know. Depends how much chalk you get through. Right, let's move on then to that is really, really imperative to have when you're dressmaking, and probably using fabrics like wool. Just struggling to find where I've put it. We've probably got a box somewhere. I'm not a big clapper. We've got one out of the box. I can bring that in for now. Here it is. We've all seen one of these before. 1999. It's millwood. You've got your point presser included in the panel as well, and your clapper. It's really nice, solid beech wood. This is. Now, to some people, this might look a bit bizarre, and you might be going, Adam, why are you trying to sell me this? Now, for anybody that is joining us, maybe new into dressmaking perhaps, and joining us today, a clapper basically is used to give you a real nice flat seam. So when we're pressing our seams out, particularly on wool fabric, and when we're tailoring, you know, men's suits would always be out of a wool fabric, moved away from that, now different fabrics that are available. But with wool especially, you'd be using a seam, and then after you put your iron on, you'd be then pressing the seam down with your clapper. And what this beech wood clapper would do is absorb the heat, and also with a bit of pressure applied, would the seam line nice and flat. If you've particularly got fabrics that are a bit bouncy, or you know, need to be down in some way, then the clapper comes into its own. And it's kind of a tool that would sit on your ironing board, or near to with your maybe tailor's ham. So they kind of come in conjunction with each other. So it's a traditional tool really, but it does the job. It's not been changed, it's not been modernised or updated or made electronic because you couldn't. It's quite simple, but the reason it works well, and the millwood ones are good, because it's that solid beech wood. It's got to be that beech wood because it's that grain, and it's going to take the heat and absorb any of the moisture, and it's going to leave that sleep flat. You've also got the little point on the handle as well. That's really handy if you need to, for instance, I'm doing a lapel on a suit jacket, or maybe the lapel on a waistcoat like this, then I want that corner out. So I might use that little point presser there to maybe turn it out, or I might use it to help press it as well. So it's really useful. As I say, traditional tailoring tool, but it's not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to be a tailor to use it. I know that we've done patterns in the past that have involved wool mixed fabrics for coats and things, and I've had to use this to get the seams really nice and flat. So well worth having your millwood presser. Or your clapper, should I say. There we go. I got bought one for Christmas, actually. It was on my Christmas list. Not this Christmas gone, but a few ago. There you go. Santa knew, you see. He's like, that lad's going to be presented on Sewing Street in the near future, and he's going to need to explain what it is. Now, what we're going to do next, I don't know whether I've got it. We want me to wooden measure. Oh, I've got it right on there. That's all right, I've got it. It's blending in with them. Right, okay, so this, I use this daily, actually, when I'm in my work setting. Not poking people, Hannah, no, I use your meter stick we're doing all my panto costumes. There's a number of uses. One, measure out fabric, because it's exactly a metre. Not poke people, Hannah. She's making me laugh. It's also great, obviously, for measure fabric. Also, just to get a straight look. If you're somebody that wants to do pattern making and stuff, and you need a long straight line, you can use it for that. You can also use it for poking people. No, we're not going there. Yeah. I tell you what, if your other half has used your nice dressmaking shears for cutting paper, this will come in handy to teach them not to do that. We're £4.99 for this. So increments on the ruler itself, we've got metric and imperial. Okay, so we've got your centimetres and your inches. You've also, I think, yards you have. This is a good one. It's got yards on it. Oh, sorry, I know it. I'm having a really good look at it and they're trying to get a good shot to show you. There we go. So you can see your increments measurements on there. Now, I quite like this one. It isn't like this one, the one I've got at work, but you've got your metre, but also you've got yardage on, 3/4, 5/8. And yeah, but if you were cutting off of a bolt, this is going to be really, really useful. So, like for instance, this is in your workroom or your workout room, because it's that heavy. Okay, and then you're going to all your calico because you've got a 25 metres on there, but you only need, I don't know, a metre of it. Then that's it. So you could measure it from the bolt. Really, really easy. Also, what I was saying I like about this is it's got the yard on it. So in some like American pattern things, it might reference a yard that you need. So you've got that on there as well, which is really handy. A yard coming up at just slightly smaller than a metre. So yeah, as well, we've got the graphic in now then for your calico, which is quite a lot. It's 25 metres. You are making a saving of £24 on this by buying it in bulk. It's pre-shrunk, which means that you have to wash it. And it's £124.99 on two-way split pay. So it's going to be really useful to have. Now, we were talking about earlier, you're not going to need 25 metres in one go. We might do, I don't know what you'll be making, but, you know, realistically, it's going to be something to have there for when you need it. How many times do we say, make a twirl, make a twirl? John Scott will say to me, did you make a twirl? He says, make a twirl. We've said it with Rebecca earlier on, well, you need your calico to do it. So this is going to be what you need in your studio to have on hand. Okay, I've got a warning, a disclaimer saying we don't condone violence, but we've got a message here saying my hubby got told off for using it to measure wallpaper, especially as there was a paste around. Hasten to add, there might have been a slap from Carolyn in West Midlands. Now, of course, we don't condone violence anyway, but whatever you do, so a gentleman or anybody watching, do not use your significant other's sewing tools for the jobs. It's just a no-no. So we can see it can have serious consequences that our sewing street condone. However, there you go. Using it to put in the wallpaper. I've heard of the scissors and paper thing. I've not heard of that. That's we just say no. Probably found it quite useful, but he needs to get his own. If he needs it, then get your own. There you go. So let's see now. We're talking about traditional tools. Let's do the tailor's ham and the tailor's bowl, because these again are imperative. So they kind of go hand in hand with what we were saying about the capper. Do these come as a set, or they're separate, these? Okay, let's do the tailor's ham first and talk about that then. So we're limited on this. So we do restock them, but they're a popular tool, you see, because a lot of people, we say you need them in all the demos. If ever you're putting a dart in a garment, in a dress, you'd use it to press the dart out. Because it's a curved edge, you're emulating the shape of the body based in the curve, so you're going to be setting the dart or whatever you're the right way. I'm really it's soft toy making they've been quite useful. Yeah, I can imagine that. And bag making. Basically, wherever you've got something that's not flat and you're wanting to press something that's 3D, that's your tailor's ham comes into its own. £11.99 for that. And then we've got your tailor's roll as well. This is really good for sleeves and getting into those hard to reach areas where you wouldn't normally be able to press. If I've sewn a sleeve piece together and need to pin the seam, then I could put my tailor's roll inside and then press the seam open really neatly. So that's £8.99 your sleeve roll. There you go. Wonderful. So there you go. That's your tailor's ham and your sleeve roll there. As I say, they come individually, but worth having along with your clapper next to your pressing station in your sewing room or your sewing space. The difference between pressing and not pressing is so important. It can change a garment. With me in the next hour when we might talk about that. But yeah, there's some tools. So I'm going to bring in something that we've had an amazing bundle on, and we're in single figures of it. And there's a lot in basket. 32 people have got this in their basket, and we're in single figures. We might bring back the bundle in the future. I can't guarantee, we can't get any more today, so there's a saving of £10 on these. We mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us now, they're the colour scheme, £64.99. They are on split pay. You're getting set 1 and set 2, and just basically, for anybody that's not seen these, it's colour inspiration. They're all different cards, 500 in total, and you've got these different colours that you can come up and go together with an inspirational picture to push you in your comfort zone in quilting. But they've been really popular, so they're on single figures. One in them you better check out because there's more in baskets than what we've got current stock of. All right. Yes. So I've got wide fabrics, and I've got this one with blue background and yellow fabric. Sunshine and blue sky. It's super popular. It's Moda. Oh, it's lovely. How gorgeous is this? This 108 inches wide. Look at that. Look how wide. This is half of it, right? I'd open up again. So that's only half for £12.99. Now it's so it's called backing fabric. You can use it for the backing of a quilt, no problem. It's called backing so you don't have to piece it. Basically, it's wide enough to put on the back of a quilt, but you could use it for all sorts of things. So this is by your ½ metre, £12.99. That's a really nice one. Love the roses. Beautiful. £12.99. Really like that. Let's do another one. That's a Riley Blake. Is this one? There we go. So talking of roses, we've got some more roses on here as well. This is beautiful. Look at this. Now, we've only got 10 metres of this left at the company, and once it's gone, it's gone. So if you've seen this in the store, you're seeing it today and really want it, then you're going to have to go for it. Yeah, it'd be nice. Maybe a conservatory cushion, because you have to watch, maybe you'd have to treat them in some way if they're going to be used outside, but it'd be beautiful. Do you know what? Full confession, I tried to get into gardening last year, and I was like, can we get some dahlias? Because my nan always used to have dahlias, right? And that was a flower, but they're really hard to keep. Well, they've all died over the winter, haven't they? I know. So, yeah, I've not had much success. I have time. That's the problem. My granddad used to have lovely roses. So there you are, £14.99 for that Riley Blake, extra wide fabric, ½ metre, beautiful colours. Do you know what, Hannah? I've just noticed as well. It's everywhere now. I'm seeing it. You know the colour cubes that we've been doing? Look, they're all the colours. So it all makes sense now. Oh, there you go. It all makes sense now. So that's your Riley Blake. Right, we've got one that's called Stonehenge. Oh no, this is really interesting. Look at this. Okay, so this is purple ombre Stonehenge gradations or graduations, gradations. £12.99, extra wide, 274 centimetres. I'm loving the effect on this. I'm not sure why Stonehenge, but I suppose it's not like the collection was called Stonehenge. It might have gone with something. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of grainy, like gemstone cut, like stone or, yeah, it's lovely. Really, really nice, that one. So £12.99 if you wanted to go for that. I think we also have that, is it the same in green? Maybe not. But looks completely different. These are really arty. I love them. There we are. Look at that. Honestly, you look at that on screen, it's like, you won't even know that's fabric. It's so detailed. The detail in that. So £99 for that one. And then, just before we go a break, I'm going to show you one that we had earlier, along this kind of artsy theme, really, but it's a brand new one. And this was our early bird today. Should be £12.99, brand new. We're going to take it down to £10.99. It's extra wide again. This is your last opportunity of this. Colour field rainbow, extra wide. Look at that. I've loved some of these fabrics. I'm really in these ones. Nice brush strokes, colours. Yeah, it has all been, you know, a lovely show on. Lovely. So there we are. Cost £10.99 that one. So it would fit lovely in your stash. Right, so I'm really super excited for the next hour because Rebecca is going to be back with her expertise and dressmaking skills with the Elliot cardigan. To show you a picture of that now. A lot of you are ordering this already. Excited to see how it all comes together. It's a new pattern launch for us today. So, already people checking out. So, we will enjoy seeing you after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're making a cosy or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushion feel. Looking for some inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machine and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event. They're taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. Lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your work, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday Night Craft, lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Petlow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Rice, who will be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or if you just want to come to workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craft. You can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're so shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep perfectly aligned.
Never miss a show by on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live with your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in the show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, matches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive £100 from the Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street competition.
Hello, welcome back. It's time for our brand new pattern from a brand new company, Emporia. We've already done one of their patterns this morning. And we've been loving it, and we're going to love this as well, I'm sure. It's a cardigan, this one, the cardigan. As I say, brand new launch for his sizes, 30-inch to 54 chest. It's a unisex pattern, this, which is nice. Something for the gentlemen and the ladies. Let's just show you this cardigan. So there's different lengths there you can see as well, really lovely. We're using knit or a stretch fabric. So we'll be talking about different techniques to be able to sew this one this morning. But here it is on the stand. Lots of you are enjoying this, I think, already. So, I don't usually do this, but is it all right if I put it on, Rebecca? I'll try it on. Whenever I make it's always dressing. I never get a chance to try anything on it because this is unisex. But so you at home can see what it looks like as well. Oh, it's very soft inside.
It's
lovely. Very soft inside. Lovely. Oh, this is nice. Now this hasn't been made for me. But look at this. Oh, look, I love the pockets.
Yeah, you've got pockets, haven't you?
This is cool.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? This is lovely. So, yeah, unisex. I've got really long, and obviously this hasn't been made for me. It's not been made for me just to make that clear, but just so you can see it on a pattern. Look, move that way. Very nice. I like this colour as well, actually.
Yeah, I like that colour.
Yeah. Nice, great stuff. So, is it easy sew, or is it complicated for beginners?
Not at all. Not at all. Because again, they've done it in a way that just makes it really nice and simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sleeves go in on the flat, which you know something that people find difficult is getting the sleeves to go in the right place. But yes, they're on the flat. So.
I remember the first time I did a setting sleeve, and it was on a gentleman's blazer, because, you know, I went head first, go in, and because there's more ease in perhaps in a lot of other patterns, and I could not work out well. I did it in the end, and I persevered, but it was basing it. Yeah, them going in on the flat, really helpful.
Oh, it is. It's really, just takes away the stress of it as well.
Yeah, and you tend to find in stretch patterns anyway. Cool. So it's a knitwear pattern. I say knitwear, we're not sitting there with two needles knitting it. It's for a jersey type fabric or sweatshirting. But we've got suggestions on the size chart as well. So let's just show you that. So it's a simple unisex cardigan pattern that features a drop shoulder, patch pocket, and an open front with medium neck and hemband. An advanced beginner pattern for those new to stretch sewing. Fabric suggestions, yes. French terry, Ponte Roma. Very nice. I love a bit of Ponte. And then there's your size chart there. So, I think it's chest. So we will show this again, but it might be something you might want to take a quick picture of the screen. We will show it later on in the hour as well, but quite a nice range there. Even the 54 chest goes up to a 60-inch finished measurement.
Yeah.
So that's 6 inches worth of ease then, isn't it, all along
And the fact they've got a bicep.
Yeah, that's really good as well.
Good, yeah.
With a bicep measurement. Yeah, fabulous. All right then, so the pattern, £20. Now, you might be thinking, oh, I might not have fabric for this. Well, we've got some fabulous fabric. So, let's do the first bundle with this. I love this colour. So, it looks darker on the picture on the web. It's called khaki. It feels a little bit lighter than khaki to me in colour. It's ever so soft on the reverse. This is beautiful. So the composition of this is 70% cotton and 30% polyester. It's 155 centimetres wide, and you've got enough here for the largest size with your 2 metres. So that's £27.99. So showing you the reverse of that. So there you are. So it's not the colour on both sides, but the inside, it's lovely and comfortable. Honestly, when I put it on, it felt like a warm hug.
I know, it's really lovely.
But not as good as the hug you gave me this morning.
Oh, bless you.
And I'm not saying that for backwards, I genuinely mean it. There we are. So lots of people coming in. Nice colour, that. I like that. So let's go for another colour. Right, let's go baby blue. Powder blue, baby blue. What have we got it described as? Blue sweat. Just the blue. We'll get by that point. Now, what's interesting with this is it's the same colour both sides, but so it's the same colour on the inside of the garment as well with this fabric. Same composition, 70% cotton and 30% polyester. Advice to be washed at 30 degrees. Pre-washing your fabric, yay or nay?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes. To get into the habit of doing that every time.
Yeah. It's so important. There'll be nothing worse than spend all that time making it shrink.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We've got costumes now, you know, that have been flatlined onto calico.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, they were never pre-washed.
Yeah.
I can't wash them.
No.
They'll just shrink.
Yeah.
They're small enough as it is. I loved how you knew as soon as I said that.
Yeah,
You're working.
because it's something that happens a lot, and you'd think it wouldn't.
Yeah, it is.
But it does.
Get into the habit of pre-washing your fabric. So it can be washed up to 30 degrees. Right, let's do the beige one then. Lovely. Do you know what as well? This selection of colours are all very neutral, aren't they, in terms of gender? Worn with a lot of different outfits. A good colour selection for a unit. There we are, nice and soft on that side. So that's your beige, 2 metres, 27.90. The dahlias will grow back, Adam. They grow from a corn, which reshoots each year. Throw them out. Great job today. Or maybe they're still out. Yeah. I was saying I tried a bit of gardening. I said gardening. It was potted plants.
Yes.
Dahlias. But I was told that they were temperamental, a bit like me. So obviously the winter came and that was it. And I thought, oh, they're done there. But they might hope yet.
They might. You never know.
And I just need easy ones.
That's me as well. Yeah. I love my garden. It's not what I want it to be.
Yeah. So that's £27.99 for your beige bundle. Right, let's go for the dark grey now, this one. Love that. Yeah, all of these are great. It's folded differently, but I'll just open it a little bit to show you. See, so the back on that is a lot, whether it bothers you or not, it wouldn't me because it's on the inside, but it's a much lighter colour, this one. But there is your grey, or dark grey sweatshirt, and it's perfect for lounge wear.
I just think it's the perfect thing to just have and take out with you.
Yeah.
Because it's quite lightweight.
Yeah.
But it's perfect, especially in this country.
Yeah.
Because
well, we're getting to that stage of year now where you don't quite know what. And usually it's April showers, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
yeah. You just need something that gets a bit cooler later on, doesn't it? So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's do the next one. We've got a black solid one. Let's have a look at your black. Now it's popular on pre-order.
Oh.
So let's have a look
I
at
think
this
black
one.
always is, isn't it?
I suppose with this, again, talking about having that cardigan that you can grab, having it in black, go with everything.
Yeah.
It's not going to, is it? Probably why it's a popular choice.
Yeah.
Nice and soft on the reverse side. And as well, it's actually quite a stable knitted.
It's not really stretchy, is it?
It's not overly stretchy. I mean, you could get really creative with this. For instance, if you're somebody that has bought an embroidery machine with the right kind of and the stabilizers and stuff, you could personalize the pockets.
You could.
Especially on the colour, like maybe like the black.
Yeah, that would
you could really put on it.
Yeah, definitely.
I love doing stuff like that if I get the time. Just having to mess around and tinker in the studio.
Because you know that nobody else is going to have that, don't you?
No. Great as well, just to play. I think I know you might be the same, where you're sewing so much for work, you forget to have fun and play.
Yes.
I think it's such an important part of the process.
Yeah.
So I love it when we were talking about designing costumes, weren't we? You must have loved it when you were doing the theatre and designing that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I only designed for the first time last year for the panto I worked on. Usually, sent the designs of fabric, and then I just make them.
You do the hard bit.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really lovely to get to be creative and just told that it needs to be this, and just go off and do something.
Yeah.
So it's for the finale, because the dame that we had is Welsh.
Yeah.
So the finale dress, I made it out of Welsh flags.
Brilliant. That was spectacular.
And it just, he looked amazing. And I would thought, at first I wasn't sure what they'd think about it. So they were like, yes, definitely. I mean, he only wore it for minutes.
Do you know what? The most extravagant costume you spend all that time on, it's the walk down costume.
Yeah, it's the walk down, and it's 10 minutes at the most.
Well, there it is. Right, you'll get more than 10 minutes out of this one.
10 minutes wear out of it.
I really love this.
I came over and had a little bit, because it looks like wool.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's so clever.
It's a great price, $20.99 for your 2 metre bundle. This is the mauve, but it feels lovely, but it's this faux kind of wool.
Yeah.
It's 75% polyester, this one. 22%. And spandex. 3% spandex, there you are. So there you go with that one. But really, really nice. And I say a good price point on this one at $18.99. I love the cables. Any knitwear with cables in that one.
Well, it's just nobody would know.
Nobody would know
told
that it wasn't.
That wasn't a knitted cardigan. Yeah, it's
I'm
great.
sure I've done something similar with this before.
Okay.
And it worked really well.
Yeah.
The only thing you'd do with this fabric, if you're doing the Elliot cardigan, is I'd be wanting to match up my cables on the patch pocket.
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
And
Definitely.
being careful which way you for
for the bindings, yeah.
So that's your mauve one. We've got it in other colours as well. Shall we go next? Let's go with this one. It's a serene type colour. Let's see what the description is. It's called khaki. It feels greener than what we were saying was khaki last time. Yeah, $18.99 for that one, 2 metre bundle. Yeah, really nice. Then we've got a grey as well. So that's the grey and the grey.
I like all of those.
Yeah, they all work really well. Do you know what? I think I've got some navy. I'm sure I bought it from here. I've definitely got some more of the pinko. I'll have to send you some.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it'll be from another product. I don't know if there'll be enough to do anything with. Yeah, lovely. That's the grey then, at £18.99. Right, and let's just recap the pattern then once again. Brand new today, unisex pattern. A lovely size range, 30-inch to 54-inch chest. £20. It's a nice quality pattern. So just having a little look on the back, we've got that size chart there as well. We're pulling it graphic. So fabric suggestions: sweatshirt, French terry, Ponte Roma, any of the fabrics that we've shown today. Yeah, lovely. Really excited for this one. All right. So just got one message coming through. Made a few of these types of cardies in the cable also. And dresses. Great fabric to wear. Loving Rebecca being on demonstrating. Lovely show. Oh, that's from Julie in Somerset.
That's very nice. Oh, it's nice to know. It's nice when somebody's used it and they message in to let you know what it's like and that it's worked, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And she's done loads, so that's
This is
good.
it. Hi both. I love watching you today. This cardigan would look great with mixed colours, different sleeves and pockets maybe. Yeah,
Yes.
colour blocking.
Yes. And the band, you could do the neckband in a different colour.
Yeah. Thanks so much for that message. What a great suggestion.
That would be lovely. Yeah.
Also, maybe you might have smaller bits of jersey at home that you want to kind of use up some of your stash. If you've got that, then you could.
Yeah.
As long as you're using fabrics that have got the same properties, I suppose. Yes, you're not wanting to go to put away.
Yes, you need the same level of like stretch and yes.
Which, as we said, this is not a lot of stretch in it at all. It is a knitted fabric, but it's not overly stretchy, which I'm guessing is going to be good for a beginner.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it's not going to run away with you.
That's it.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing to say about this sort of fabric as well is if you're a locker, you can overlock the majority of this together, if you so wish. Yeah, you could do. So, do a line of stitching and then overlock, which is what I did on that one.
Yeah.
So you can do. You don't have to because it doesn't really fray, but it's finish, isn't it? When you've sort of finished off the edges inside, that's all. It's just.
I'm like you. Like you say, we're going to probably be washing this. Well, we will be at 30 degrees.
Yes.
But you want it to be able to last a good few washes and last you, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. If you spent the time making it, you want to be able to wear it more than a few times before it's all disappear, don't you?
So where would we start then, Rebecca?
The pockets are the first thing that you do, that you put on the front. So the pockets have got this, it's like a little pocket cuff, almost, that goes onto the top, that you fold over and then stitch it on like that, and then attach it to your front. So obviously put through your marks where these go. So I usually use a tracing wheel and a carbon paper, tracing paper, to mark through. Very difficult on this. So all I do is I put a pin through and then pinned it the other side, and then you can either leave the pins in or just do a few taps, just so you know exactly where pocket is positioned, and it meets the raw edge at the bottom, so that all gets neatened off when you put the band around the bottom. So yeah, put your pockets on first, and then we're going to attach the shoulders. So your back piece is your solid back piece.
Just a quick question, Rebecca, on the back and the front and everything. We've got a message from Trudy in Worcestershire who says, can the pattern be lengthened? And she does a great show. Thanks, Trudy, for your message.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah. So let me just... There will be a shorten and a lengthen. There always is. Oh, there isn't actually. So what I would do is, if you want that to be longer, so if you you can a ruler, because I don't know if you can see that, but that is coming out gradually. So if you're going to lengthen that, you need to follow those lines. So don't be tempted to just go down straight. Obviously here is straight, but your side seam is going out slightly. So you need to follow that line. Otherwise, you're going to get very tight around your hips. And you need to make sure that you've obviously given yourself enough room there. This is again where ball comes in. So if you're going to make an adjustment to this pattern, just try it quickly in your calico.
So could we still use calico for a toile for this?
Well, I think so. I think you can, because there's not an enormous amount of stretch in that. No. But there's a tiny bit, but it's not massive. If you're making something in adjusted stretchy, I would say to do your toile in the same sort of fabric. But I think this you could do it in the calico. Yeah. But just any adjustments you're going to make to any pattern, just trial it before you cut out your main fabric. That's all I would say. Because you never know, and it could be the smallest thing, but if you've cut it out in your fabric that you're going to be using, it could be in lots of trouble.
Great stuff.
So,
I really like how they've constructed that pocket actually. And did the little cuff on it.
Yeah.
Rather than folding over and top stitching.
Yes. No, well, what's nice is that's a little nod to the band around the neck. And across the bottom, so it's all in, and the cuff as well. So every little element of it has got that little band or cuff on it. Yeah, it's good. It's been well thought out.
Yeah, no, exactly. And instructions in the booklet, easy to follow.
Yeah, nice and neat. Yeah, I quite like the pink. So this is to represent the side of your fabric. I quite like with the dots, the pink with the dots. I quite like it. But it's like, it's nice and clear. You're not going to get your wrong side and right side mixed up, because they've done it very clearly, and they did that in the Cassie dress as well.
Good.
So I presume throughout their patterns it's pink and white is maybe a theme that runs through the patterns. I'm just going to finish off. I was just putting my cuffs together while I was waiting, so I'm just going to finish this on ready for when I put the sleeves in when I get there. So I was saying to you, wasn't I? I've got a walking foot on here, so I have never used a walking foot before. Is that a shocker?
I don't know.
A bit of a shocker.
I've used one minimally, and I'm lucky with the machine I've got. If I need one that's built in and I can just flip it down.
Okay.
I have used, occasionally one of those ones that you actually do a machine.
Yeah.
How you did it?
I mean, it's really good on these sorts of fabrics, because I've struggled before, so I think I'm going to get one, because I do have this machine.
Right. Okay.
From here, but you can also get them for your industrials as well. So I'll have one for this and one for the industrial, probably.
That was going to be my question, because I know that you sew on an industrial.
Yeah.
Can you? And maybe is that why you've not used this? You go to your machine, your industrial.
Yes, probably. Yeah, probably. But I tend to always go for a Brother machine. Yeah. So when this one came on the market, actually, my mum bought it actually, and I have it. Brilliant. But it's a great machine. So a slightly bigger stitch length on this because it's a stretch. So I've gone for a 4. You can do
we need any specific needle or
3.5. Yeah, so use a ballpoint if you can, because it is a knitted fabric. So like knitting, if it's if you cut it will start to ladder. Yeah. So a ballpoint needle is exactly how it sounds.
Yeah.
It's just instead of it being a a sharp point, it's rounded, and it just goes through. It pushes them to the side to put the stitches through, rather than piercing, which is what a normal needle does. So that's the difference there.
Fabulous, great tip. And if you'd like some stitch needles, we've got some Schmetz ones available. They're available for £3.99. They are ballpoint needles. Yeah. There we are. So it's a pack of 5 needles. Size 75 to 90. There we are. So they'll be perfect for this make and any other stretch make you might be doing. And honestly, having the right tools, the right needle for the project you're working on can make the world of difference, especially when you're serving stretch fabric.
No, it really does. It really does. You're showing the clapper.
Oh yeah.
It would be quite good for this.
Yeah.
Because the seams are quite bouncy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not so much on these, but like a clapper really comes in, doesn't it? To help with that.
Listen, we're going to get the clapper now. Look, you're asking your wishes are command. Look, we're going with the clapper.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go.
So handy. Some of these kind of things, though, you need so much stuff when you're sewing.
You do, don't you? Yeah, you do.
Look, you build it up over time. Well, I did.
Yeah.
You don't do everything in one go.
No. But also, when you start a sewing journey, you pick these things up, don't you? So I've got the ham you're showing. I've got the ham. I've got the sleeve ham. I've got a sleeve board. You just pull these things up as you're going along, and it's
So
makes for
some heat and
a bit of pressure. I could do a bit more heat on there, but I'm wary of turning it. Yeah, I'm wary of turning that up too much, because I don't want to melt or do anything nasty to the fabric.
No.
We don't want to do.
I've done that, and then that's it.
And then on with a bit of pressure, and I always give it a rock. And then your seam will stay.
Yes, it does. Look at that.
Yeah. Sorry, I took that away too.
No, that's brilliant. It's just talking about it in the last hour and seeing the tools in practice.
Yeah.
Just help.
And it is. The more you get into dressmaking, the more that these sorts of things will, you'll want them, because you'll be looking for them. Because once you start using all of these things, you then realise how much it makes life so much easier, doesn't it, as you're going along. Darts are a tricky thing to sew. So if you haven't got the ham,
I'm going mad at work on Friday. I was so fuming because the tailors had gone missing. Because we've done this, for anybody that doesn't know, we've moved from one warehouse into an even bigger warehouse. Well, could I find the tailor's ham? And I was making this 12 for this dame, and it's quite a steep curve on the princess seam that I'd done anyway. So I really, really needed it. Well, I ended up having to press over his false bosom because I couldn't find it. I was like, who has moved the tailor's ham? I tried the trick. I had somewhere that a trick to do if you hadn't got one was to roll up a towel or fold up a towel. It doesn't work. It might work for a sleeve.
Yeah, but not for no. And how funny is it? I have never made dames.
Yeah.
Before last year. It's quite funny, isn't it?
Honestly, it's such a world working in theatre, especially in pantomime. But you say, in what other job would I be saying this? And we're saying it like
I know. funny, isn't it? We're just.
Oh yeah, you do have a giggle.
You do have a giggle.
Yeah, fabulous.
Go
So
on,
what we're on?
done here?
Is
Should have gone and done. I've gone and put that on the wrong way. Look at that.
Oh,
See?
that's
Quickly.
me talking to you.
No, it's fine.
can-
You know why? Because you've got this. You've got a slight angle down the front,
Yes.
and then a slight angle on the sleeve.
Yes, I'm with you.
It's easily done. Do you know what? It's
We
good
all
I've-
do
It's
it.
good I've done it.
Honestly,
then
the amount of
it'll-
times well, listen, we'll recap
make
the pattern
mistakes
for
all
a
the time.
second. And we'll recap as well the different fabrics and the colours. Right, so the pattern, £20 for this one. It's brand new today. It's a launch. The Emporia Elliott cardigan sizes. It's a 6 to 30 on there, but it's a unisex pattern. So it's probably easier if I tell you that it's from a 30 chest to a 54 inch chest. Great pattern on printed paper, nice clear instructions. Suggested fabric sweatshirt for Ponte-Roma. I'm sure there's other fabrics as well that you have in your stash that would be suitable. Nice drop shoulder and patch pockets. So I've got a question that's come through and it says, I love this pattern. Would it work with a lightweight denim or canvas? Now we get this question asked quite a few times when it's a stretch specific pattern and asking woven. What's your take on that, Rebecca?
Well, what I would say is toile it in something very similar.
Yeah.
So, and that's the best way to know if it's going to work. Is just to toile it and see, because obviously there is the stretch in this, which is there for a reason.
Yeah.
So you've just got to give it trial it really and see if it works.
Yeah, and it's hard to give a blanket rule because you can't say for every stretch pattern, oh yeah, you can translate it into because it won't. There'll be that
no,
won't work.
because it depends what fabric you're the composition of the fabric that you're wanting to do it in.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that there we go.
So this is always a 12. Make
Yes,
it 12.
it is.
And
it
see
is
go
I'm
from
afraid.
that point. Yeah.
It is.
And I know it can be a bit like, oh, I just got the excitement and I want to make the project and I'll be wearing that cardigan now before I've even seen the first stream. Because I used to be like that. I understand it. You get so excited and can get overwhelmed sometimes as well. But it's really important to take notice of all of those pattern markings, all the advice that Rebecca's given you today in terms of the stretch needles, to say the seams using the clapper press properly. I know there's so much, I don't want to overwhelm everybody, but at the same time, it's all of these stages that you learn throughout your journey, and a toile is part of that.
Yeah.
But you'll be able to make hundreds of toiles if you're 25
You're not,
that we showed earlier.
Yeah, you're not making the toile with any sort of finesse.
No.
Do you know what I mean? It's fine if it's a bit, because you're not going to wear it. You're just whack the seams together and just, because all you're doing is trialing it. That's all you're doing.
Hannah's getting philosophical now. She says the toile's like your sketchbook before you've done painting.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Absolutely. And actually, a calico I think is such a lovely, versatile fabric. And a lot of the time it is only used for toile or for backing, and it's so much more than that.
That's it.
I do think it's a lovely fabric. Right, okay, so now we've got... So rather than me spend the time pressing again, I want to get this sleeve in so people can see it.
Sorry, it was me distracting you.
No, not at all. That's, but it is quite easily done because you have got those two curves. So I've got my notch for the centre of my sleeve. So the sleeve is exactly the same, front and back. So you don't have to worry about getting the front and the back on. Because it's a drop sleeve, it really doesn't matter. So it's just exactly the same, front and the back. So all I'm doing is just pinning it in place. And it really is that simple. It's such a great way to put a sleeve in.
I love it when a sleeve goes in on the front.
Yeah. Well, especially I can remember when I first started, sleeves were my nemesis.
Yeah, they can be.
I used to dread it. Absolutely dread it.
Have you ever watched any of Jane's videos? Sussex seams?
Yeah,
she'll put a sleeve in with no pins.
I
thought, how does she do it?
I know.
No pins, just goes, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I know. She's. We worked out, Jane and I. So we studied at the London College of Fashion at exactly the same time, but on different courses.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. So we were there at the same time.
Gosh. I met each other through Sewing Street. Did you know before?
No, through Sewing Street. Yeah. Yeah.
And isn't it funny as well? I mean, not a lot of people go into costume, but you've got a costume background. I think Jane has as well. Didn't she do a lot of
Jane's come from she worked with Sandra Rhodes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We'll find it.
Yeah. So yeah, Jane's come from that background.
Well, do you know, it's the first day I'm meeting today.
Yeah.
I've never met Jane, Sussex seamstress.
No.
Her patterns, and she's always so lovely and messages in.
She's lovely. Jane and I met up in Bristol.
Oh yeah.
Because we hadn't. She just happened to be there. I think she was there with her children, and we met there. It was so nice to meet her. So I'm just putting these sleeves now.
Mm-hmm.
On the flat. So as you get towards the seam allowance, just make sure that that's nice and flat. So if you've pressed it and you've got a clapper and you've used it, it'll be nice and flat.
Oh, I've got to say good morning to Christine, who's messaging on Facebook. She's been watching the show today. I was telling my friend Bev all about Sewing Street yesterday. She never even knew about this amazing show, but hopefully she'll be watching on TV today, and she's a huge fan of Great British Sewing Bee. Oh, wow, there you go.
There you go. When is that back on?
I think it must be soon.
Yeah.
It must be soon, because they asked for applications, so if anybody wants to apply.
Oh, who was the host when you did it? Because I can't
it was
remember.
Joe Lycett when I did it.
Joe Lycett, yeah.
Morning, Fran. Fran's messaging a couple of times on Facebook. She said the walking force saw the difference, especially when matching stripes and plaid.
Yes. Yes, I need to get on board. I am on board now, actually. Saying I need to get on board, I think I very much am now, because I can feel the benefit of it.
Yeah.
Can't you?
Oh yeah. So really loving these Emporia patterns today. Obviously had the dress, the Cassie dress. We might recap that dress because a lot of people are asking. It was really popular this morning. So brand new launch for this company today. There's a picture of it from this morning. Really lovely versatile patterns, and this was an AM. So if you missed the show this morning, you can always go back and watch it. That is 6 to 24. There we go. So it's £20. Really quality pattern paper it's printed on, and just for inspiration, these are the different options that we've got in this dress this morning. So one pattern can give you all of these different styles of dresses. So you've got the different tiers. You can choose how many tiers on the dress that you have, or you can choose the bodice style as well, where you have the grown-on sleeve, or whether have the strap with the tied shoulders. Lots of different combinations, lots of different versatility, and this pattern for £20, as I say, was really popular this morning. If you've joined us later on in the morning, then maybe you missed seeing this, but would quite like it. And it was done wonderfully with the gathers, with Rebecca. Great pattern. As I say, at launch, there's the size chart for the dress as well. From 6, 31 inches up to a 24, 49-inch bust. Do check out on those if you're considering them, because they have been selling really popular. That was it in the worst fabric. It was lovely this morning. Great stuff. The Cassie dress, that one. And then obviously the one that we're doing now is this fantastic Elliot cardigan, again from the same company. The fact that this is unisex, I think it works really, really well. Brand new launch. So size is 30-inch to 54-inch chest. And then you've got all your measurements back. Fabric sweatshirt, French terry, Ponte Roma. We've been using some lovely sweatshirts in knit fabric. Features a dropped shoulder patch pocket. We all like a pocket. And a hemband. An advanced beginner pattern for those new to stretch sewing. So if you're looking for that project that could get you into stretch sewing, maybe this could be the one. If you've been used to sewing with more stable woven fabrics in the past but want to enter the world of stretch sewing, then this will be great. So just to recap some of the fabrics then. So the bundle that the samples made up, this lovely khaki, 2 meters in these bundles, enough for the largest size, 2079. That's the khaki colourway. Just show you of that as well. It's ever so lovely and soft. Feels really nice. You can wash it up to 30 degrees. I think this was 70% cotton, 30% polyester. There we are. There we are. And then the colourway that Rebecca's using now is beige. Lovely, lovely stuff. Same composition, same details, 2 meters, 27.90. All right, let's head back over to Rebecca, see where we're at now in the making stage.
So what I've done is now I'm just doing, I've pinned my side seam.
Yes.
So on my side seam down the sleeve. So I'm just going to stitch those in place.
So we're sewing that all in one pass.
All in one go, yeah.
And you said before, if you've got an overlocker, you could go straight on and overlock this if you want.
Yes, yeah. So this, yeah, absolutely. So everything, all of it, apart from obviously putting your pockets on, you can overlock if you've got an overlocker.
Yeah, I suppose overlock projects, if overlocked, it could make it quite a quick make-up.
Yeah, very quick. Very, very quick. Yeah, obviously sure you've put your front on properly, unlike myself.
No, that was my fault. As I said, I distracted you. We all do it though.
Yeah,
I
we do.
class once. Remember, your unpicker is your best friend.
Yeah. And
somebody says, I don't look at it. My unpicker's like my husband. I use him when I have to. Honestly, people say the funniest things. Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh dear. So much of sewing is unpicking.
Yeah. Well, it is, you know, the amount of times, to be fair, in costumes, you know, it's unpicking it to fit.
Yes, that's it, alterating, or doing alterations, and yeah.
I suppose that's one thing to bear in mind. If you've got the confidence to go in and lock this straight away, overlocking can be a bit of a tedious job to undo.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, stitch it, maybe stitch it together on the machine, because I know, and stitching as well as your overlocking is not going to be any harm.
No.
So you could do that, and then before you commit to putting it under the overlocker, try it on, make sure you're happy with it, and you don't want any adjustments, and then you could go in with your overlocker after that, couldn't you?
That's sound advice. I think especially if you're new to this style of project, that's a great tip. Yeah, liking this. Wonderful. So once we've got the sleeves and the side sewn,
then
side seam sewn. That's
that's a hard one to say, isn't it, on a Sunday? So once you've done this bit, it's then putting the bands on. Right. So you've got the cuffs that go around the bottom of your sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the cuff that runs along the bottom of the hem of your cardigan, and then the last thing to put on is the one that runs around all the way around and down the front, and meets at the bottom.
Yeah, and it meets quite.
Yeah, it does.
Well, doesn't it?
Yeah. So let me show you quickly. So this is now all together. So let's pull that through. And that's in essence, that's your cardigan all together. And then it's a case of, so your cuff bands are a rectangle. So just seam them so that and then fold them in half. And all you're going to do is match up the side seams, and you're going to attach it all together like that. So it's.
So we've got 3 layers of fabric.
Yeah.
So that's where you're walking for.
That comes in really well. So you just at the bottom. And then the next process is the band, which goes along the bottom. Again, fold it in half. Don't worry about your raw edges, because that is going to get nicely neatened when you put the band from around the neck. So it's right sides together. Just attaching that at the bottom, straight to the edge. And then this is how you finish off that bottom, and where the bottom of the pocket is. And you're just going to stitch that all the way along. And then top stitch it in place, because with this fabric, it does have a tendency to, you've got a lot of layers there, so it won't lie completely flat. But if you just do the top stitching, which they obviously use as well in the booklet, so if you do that, it just means everything stays down nice and flat.
If after watching the past Sewing Street show and I invested in a fancy cover stitch machine, could you do that to make the top stitching?
Oh yeah, that would be great. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Somebody that's invested in your cover stitch, then that'd be a great way to put it
would.
to use.
Yeah, no, it would absolutely. Yeah, it'd be very professional finish. That would be.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. So I think hopefully you can see that it does go together quite quickly.
Yeah, it does. I just noticed, well, forgive me if we already talked about it, but I can see where the hem's coming on now. But what I really like, you've done it on both, is stitching the triangles that you've put on the pockets to reinforce those.
Yes, because you're going to, a pocket's there to be used, isn't it? But if you're going to put your hands in of your pockets all the time, then you want them to be secure. So yeah, just do a triangle.
Yeah, fabulous. A few people messaging. Good morning, Adam and Rebecca. This is from Derek. Morning, Derek. I noticed the budding sewing bee competitors always tempted to enter, but I never see for women. Though I'm about to make. Oh, I never sew for women. Though I'm about to make my first Panto Dame dress.
Oh,
go on, Derek.
Go for it.
Go for it for both the dress and. Melanie's messaging, hi Adam and Rebecca, missed the first hour, but asking, is the dress a beginner friendly and did it have zips or darts, please?
Yeah, very beginner friendly. It has darts, no zips, no fastenings, no buttons, no buttonholes. It's brilliant. Go ahead. It's great.
Yeah, so this is what we're referencing here. I'll just bring it into shot. This was the 9 o'clock hour. This was the new dress that we've launched today with Rebecca. That's your dress pattern, the Cassie dress. Super popular, that one. And then Fran had said, been making a jacket toy. Now stuffing and found the head is pointing in a different direction despite being careful. Stitch picker is too late.
Oh, no. That's okay. His head facing the other direction. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's the unique part of it, isn't it?
Okay, we'll just recap this pattern then. This that we've been doing all this hour is the Elliot cardigan. Great pattern for us today. Sizes 4-inch to 54-inch chest. There's your measurements. Unisex pattern. We don't see that very often, and it is a unisex pattern. It's great. I tried and really felt comfortable in it. So there we are for £20. So the bundles have been quite popular. Black particularly has been very popular. Do you want to recap that? So we'll just recap the black then. We're in single figures now on the black. So there you are. 2 metre bundles of this, £27.99. Black sweatshirting. It's enough to make the largest size. That's your black. And then we've got the cable knit fabrics. The both one first. It's like a faux cable. So a lot of people got this in baskets. It's really, really nice. Good price point as well at £18.99 for your 2 metres. It's very nice, that one, the mauve. And then we've got the khaki next, which is a really lovely green colour, actually. Just show you that one quickly. Lovely stuff. That's your green or your khaki. And then we've got the grey, the last colour in this colourway that we've got in this cable knit. £18.99 again for your 2 metres. Right, so I'm just going to give Rebecca the chance now to come back over to you just to explain the last few bits.
Yeah, so I'm just pinning these in place because so you've got an idea of what this looks like. So, and then you'll see, you'll be able to, make more sense, I think, then. Yeah. So just putting the, pinning the cuff in place very quickly. But yeah, so when your cuff's in place, you'll have a nice edge on there, and then you can top stitch around that if you want to. It's up to you. Then, so the order in which it goes. So you do your cuffs. You need to put the bottom band on first before you put the band around the neck. So make sure you've got that on. Give it a press and top stitch it in place, and then you can bring the neck band into place and stitch that round. And again, top stitch it because you want to press your seams over, but the best way to keep them in place is just stitch long, and then it'll all hold it flat and in place, and that's it. I mean, it's really quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Both of them are
Great.
really quick, nice patterns.
Well, thanks so much, honestly, because you've had some fabulous tips for us as well, which is appreciated. When are you next starting?
4th of May, which is again.
May the 4th be with you. It's going to be Star Wars.
Yeah.
Brilliant. We won't forget that one then.
No.
We'll be looking out for you. Listen, thanks so much from me. It's been a pleasure today.
Oh, it's been so lovely to see you.
Yeah,
it
you
really
too.
has.
Lovely
I've had a
stuff.
lovely day.
Fabulous. All right, folks. Well, there we go. That was the Elliot cardigan from Emporia Dress Patterns, which is fantastic new launch today that we've had. We're really looking forward to the next hour as well, because we've got the green machine. I have one of these at home, and I'm going to be showing you a little bit about the machine and all different bits and pieces that you can do with it. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you shortly after this little break.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and fixes, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that southern cushion feel. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next craft event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our models. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, I'm excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, tickets are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Ever heard of Design Roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strips projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design Roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Keep up to date what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com, roll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. With a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street Designer Block Competition.
Oh, what a morning we've had. It's been brilliant. Welcome back to Sewing Street, or welcome if you're just joining us for the first time today. Really exciting because we've got the green machine in this hour. I love this bit of kit, and I'm lucky to have one in my studio at home. Maybe you could today as well if you decided to purchase one, but let's talk a little bit about the green machine. What is it? What to do? How's it going to help? Now, a lot of people see these and they think, oh, it looks a bit industrial, this. It looks a bit intimidating. I'm a home sewer. I don't need one of those. Adam, what do I need one of these for? But to talk you through just very simply what this machine does is help you to put hardware into your bags or your dressmaking or whatever project you're doing, and it does it with ease. So traditionally, you might be putting eyelets into something or rivets, any kind of hardware that requires a hole punching. Perhaps you might be doing it with a handheld hole puncher, which can be a bit hard on your hands and wrists for a while, or with a little hammer and the little kits that you might get hardware in some tools. But what this does is it makes it really easy, gives you a professional finish, and it's something that I think is well worth having as part of your sewing kit. It is an investment having this, but it can buy a few bits, and we have some bundles as well, which have a collection of things to kind of start you off and point you in the right direction. But there can buy refills for that as well, and you can kind of buy expansion packs and different dies that will do different things. If I was to tell you it does eyelets, you might go, oh yeah, I've seen that bit, or it does rivets. You might not know it does little schools and school pieces that we've got. Diamonds, it can also put a hook and bar on a trouser. So I don't think we've got any of those bits, but you know, giving you a little bit of a taste of what it can be. Now it's what I'm go with, because it's all to do with the different dies that you have in the machine. So we're going to have a look at some of the bundles that we've got. Right. So we've got the gold bundle in. Now this is what finish the accessories are. It doesn't mean that you're going to have to use, it's gold colour, but it doesn't mean that you're going to have to use gold forever. But these are the accessories it comes with. Let me just move that one out of the way a second. So all of them, you get your 3mm die cutter, which is the die cutter for applying those hardware for all of your magnetic snaps, maybe your rivets. It's going to be 3mm, you're cutting die for that. So no matter what the size of your rivet or your magnetic snap, it's always going to need a 3mm cutting die to punch the holes they're into. So we have put into this bundle the die for magnetic clasps. So it's 14mm magnetic clasps, and we've also put in some magnetic clasps to get you going, so that's good. They have a pack of 10 and a double capped magnetic clasp, so that it's got a nice finish on the outside as well as on the magnetic part on the inside as well. We've also put that in as well so you can do the rivets. I was mentioning rivets earlier. And you get a pack of 100 8mm rivets. Again, they're double cap rivets as well, so they look nice on both sides of the project. And then we've also got the air-spring studs. And there's a pack of 10 and the die for those as well. So we should have some of those. Just in case you don't know what an air-spring stud looks like. Okay. They're like, if you think metal poppers or metal snap fastenings, that's what they are. So they've got a little bit of a spring built into them. I don't know whether you can see these up close. There you go. If I just turn that one around there, it'll have a male and female part. That will snap into each other. So if you think of a metal stud that you might traditionally sew on to something, you can insert these using the die to your project to get more of a professional finish. So they're your S-spring studs. Now, with the bundle, you also get a free downloadable pattern. Now, the pattern at the moment is from somebody that is from Family Comforts. It's Sandy, isn't it? Sandy just designed this wonderful apron with some nice hardware on there. So it's a sewing project that incorporates, I can see on there definitely, that you could use. Oh, it's a craft apron as well. So I think it's got quite a nice artisan craft parts that goes around your neck. And it looks like that bit might be adjustable, but I can't say for sure. But you get this pattern. Yeah, it's nice. So that's a free pattern with as well. Get you going with that. So this is the gold option that we're showing you now. Everything there to get you. So that's £149.99. So we have got split pay option as well. So this is three-way split pay. So you pay £49.99 a day, and then we'll send the machine out to you so you can get started. And then you'll have a further 2 payments. So great that it's got that split pay offer, because it just makes it that little bit more affordable. If this is a bit of kit that you're wanting to have added to your repertoire for a while, the split pay might help you to do that. Of course, as well as we know throughout the show that you only pay 1 P&P per day. So if you'd already opened your basket and bought something, you could have this. You don't have to pay anything more. And these things are quite weighty as well. So, you know, in the post, it could end up costing quite a bit, but we only charge the 1 postage and packaging. Now, although they're quite weighty, the weight is there to keep it stable on the table. You don't have to be a bodybuilder to lift this, because I know it does look quite industrial. We will show it in action, but actually, this lever, it's not heavy, it's not hard to use. We've got the handle grip on there, which will come with your machine as well. And it's all to do with the compression here on this spring that will be able to insert all your hardware. So right, moving on then to the next one. So this is the silver hardware. I'm saying silver colour, gold colour, because I'm just really clear, because I don't want anything of solid gold S-spring studs. I mean, that would be nice, but it's not. So the silver colour bundle. So again, this comes with exactly the same as what I explained for the gold. This is just preference. And like we said, just because you've bought the silver bundle, you have that hardware, doesn't mean that you can't buy a different colour of hardware in the future, have whatever colours you want. It's just the way we bundled it. So we've also got bronze as well. Now, bronze tends to be quite popular, very popular. It kind of goes with a lot of different fabrics and projects. Bronze is kind of a bit of a staple, I think, with the hardware that you might be adding to bags, and especially clothes. You see a lot of bronze rivets on jeans, for instance, and denim jackets. So you've got your magnetic snaps, your rivets, and your S-springs there. Everything you need to get going there with your dies and your cutting die. Right, now this is a little more expensive, and it's due to the finish on this, but they are so pretty and so worth that extra. I love it. I'm like a magpie me. This is your rainbow bundle. This is $166.99. So that little bit more because the hardware that we've put in the bundle is the rainbow, and that's a longer process. So it costs a little bit more to produce. So you've got your magnetic rivets there. I will try and demo some of these for you a little bit later on to show you exactly how it works. But one we get asked about a lot are the eyelets. So let's get the selection box, because a lot of people like to add these in. Now it looks like I've got in that one. Let me just look what I've got. The snaps. Okay. Yeah, the Diamante ones. You get so many bits and pieces with these. It's brilliant. I think I'm missing this one potentially. I've got my diamond ones for later. Can't wait to show you those. Okay, so these are your plain eyelets. And you're making a saving with this kit with £19.84. £19.84 is what you're saving there. And they have your eyelets in them, and also we've got the dies that are required as well. Right, so as we're talking about eyelets, and I've got them to hand, let's talk about the Diamante eyelets as well. What I will point out is, do you remember before I was saying you have your 3mm cutter on the machine and in the bundles with the machine? With the eyelets, you need to cut a bigger hole. Obviously, if you're putting an eyelet in, it's bigger than a 3mm hole. It's usually 6mm. I think that's the size that we've got. So the kit comes with that, but to make you aware. Yeah, so it'd be really good to demo one of these actually. So if I just open this little kit, there we go. Look at these pretty eyelet ones. So these are your Green Machine stunning 6mm Diamante eyelets. Starter kit, pack of 50, $39.99. So what I want to do here, I'll just leave that machine here, and I'll use the one that hasn't got anything in it at the moment and make it slightly easier for me. Yeah. What happens with this, really super simple. You've got two components, all right? You've got a gold base for your bottom, just literally drops in. How easy is that? Look. Again, I'll do it, just drops in. And then you've got your 6mm hole cutter, which looks like this. And you can see that there's a little hole on the bottom there, 6mm, just screws into the top. And that works the same with your 3mm die cutter. In fact, any of the components on the machine, it works exactly the same. Once you know the process, it's easy. One thing I would say is keeping things organised is really handy, because once you start building a collection of these dies, it's really handy to keep them in some kind of storage. The Diamante set with that, so you can keep these together, which is really nice. Right, let me get a little bit of faux leather that I've got here there. This is just some thin faux leather. Let me use this one, this blue. I've gone for the blue because I like the blue. Okay, and what you would have done is you would have marked on here where the position you want your eyelet on your project. I'm just going to go straight in just to show you. Okay, so we're going to come down here and don't put a huge amount of pressure on this at all. And you'll actually hear it cut. And what I tend to do is just move it whilst it's still down, wiggle, and that way I know that the cutting blade has gone all the way through, and then I can just release it. How simple is that? We've got a message. Hi Adam, I have rheumatoid arthritis, so I struggle with both grip and applying pressure, but I can use my green issues. So that's so reassuring. Thanks for that message. Yeah, I think especially industrial, it might put people off, but as you can hear them, Sue, who's got a green machine, it's making the job easier. She's finding it. And like I say, you haven't got to put a lot of pressure on this top part here at all. It's really easy to use because, as I said, the pressure's coming from this spring here. So you've not got to exert a lot of pressure. And actually, when I spoke to Dave, guys at the green machine at the trim shop, they've said to me and said on certain videos that they've done, like, don't over press things. You don't need to over press. So yeah, it's one of those. The trick that I showed you there, just to wiggle it whilst the blade was still down, really helps with that. Right, okay, so I wonder if we can do this now. Okay, so Diamante eyelets. Okay, so I've already punched my hole there. And now what I'm going to do is swap out this hardware now. I keep referring to this as a blade. It's not sharp in any way. I'm not going to cut myself on it. It's not dangerous. A good thing to do as well, I've got the bit of leather stuck in there. Every now and again, you might want to just clear the cutting blade out because it'll give you a sharp cut each time. So there's a little tip for you there. All right. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, it's quite obvious, there's a screw in part of every section, which screws into the top. And also, there is a bottom part. Now this bottom part has a little bit of a spring in it. You can see that, I'm pressing that down there. So that bit faces outward, so you're not putting that down. Again, it won't fit the other way, so it's really obvious that it needs to go that way. Right, what colour shall we do? So it's this point now, you want to make sure you're getting your eyelet in how you want it to be, the way round you want it to be to face your project. So we'll pop that in there like that. How pretty they are. They're so pretty. Okay, and all we're going to do now, so I've put the back in, and that fits through that 6-metre hole quite nicely. It fits perfectly, actually. Haven't had to faff, haven't had to try and open it up a bit more to see through. Do you know what? When I've used the handheld ones, it never goes through, and then it's never a big enough hole for what I need. And I've always struggled. And then it goes over that little post, and that post is on a spring. Then all you're going to do, and be very gentle with this, you have to exert as much pressure as you might think. You're just going to put the pressure on there, and that replace it, bring it off, and look at that. That's so pretty. It glistens so much. Oh my God. And that was so easy to do. really secure in there, really easy to do. But let's recap that diamond then. So you get your 6 cutter and the die as well with this diamante set. And then your 50 different eyelets as well in various different colours. I'm good and put this back in the box so it doesn't go walkabouts. So that is your eyelets, really stunning those. Let's go now, I've got the main ones here now. These work in exactly the same way as I've just showed you. Again, comes with your hole cutter at 6mm, and then the dies to install the eyelet. And as I just showed you, it's really simple to do. We've got some white eyelets as well. We haven't offered these on there before. But once you've got one of these kits, you might want to go for these as well. So these are something to add to. So these are your white ones. So these are just the eyelet hardware on its own. $5.99, 6mm. This is to add to your collection. So the brass eyelet finish, there's 100 pieces in here. So maybe if you've bought the eyelet kit and then you want to add extra to it, there you go. You don't have to buy the whole kit again. And in fact, you can buy these, yeah, gold as well, have we? Okay, I think I might have the gunmetal ones. So going for those white ones, I'll show you now the gunmetal ones. Again, this is the same, 100 pieces. Like a top-up pack. So these are $4.99, these ones. So they're always on the web. If you search Green Machine, you'll be able to find them. You always have them on there. I think because there's so many components that you can have with a Green Machine, it can get a little bit cluttered, and we don't want it to be overwhelming. And you don't, as well, we don't want you to think you have to buy everything again with your machine. The fact that we've got these top-ups is great. So $4.99. Okay. The next colour then we've got here. Some rose gold ones. They're quite rich. They're almost on. They almost look quite gold, but they are rose gold. They've got a slight tint to them. $4.99 for these. And then if you want any of these, carry on going through. If you would like them in regular gold, as opposed to the rose gold, then we've got a picture of those for you. Again, it's a set of $4.99. There you are. You can see the picture on there now. Green Machine, 6mm with gold finish, 100 sets. And we've got them in silver as well. You've got all of the options. And we've also got them in bronze as well. This is the silver ones coming through now. Sorry, I'm going a bit too far. Your silver ones at $4.99. Don't forget, you do need, obviously, the Green Machine and your starter kit for eyelet, because with the bundle, we're not giving in that bundle the eyelet dies. The eyelet dies are a separate thing in their own pack. These are you can to and use on different projects once you've got the die. And then, so that was your silver. We've got them in the bronze. Let's have a look at those. I think we've got a picture coming of those, but again, we've got some images. It's just relying on the internet. It's thinking about it. The difference these are going to make to projects is brilliant. Okay, they're available on the web, so if you'd like those, you're able to see all the different refills there. at £4.99. Lovely stuff. Right, let's go back to the machine, and then the basic pack that you get within the bundle, we get some rivets. Okay, so this is the bronze. Let me just pick out what I need for these, because there's so this, you're getting the machine. It's a 3mm cutting die. You're also getting the die bit with some rivets to get going. Also S-spring studs, and then the accompanying die, of course, for that. The magnetic clasp and the accompanying for that as well. So this is the starter set, the beginner set, £149.99 on a split pay. There you go. You can see it in the graphics there. So plus that free downloadable pattern, don't forget, from Family Comforts. I think it's really nice, that downloadable pattern, because it's kind of working out where you might use this tool. And I did see the other day somebody posted up, is it something every day? And if I'm being completely, it depends on the project. But I tell you what, it's one of those tools that when you do use it, it's a world of difference. And like we heard from the lady, I think it was Sue earlier, if you're somebody that struggles dexterously with your hands, it's going to make that job really easy. But it's the finish it gives as well. Hi Adam, I bought the gold bundle and green machine on its own, plus studs and diamond eyelets. Fab machine, I love them. And that's from Jean in Lang. This is what we're noticing now, is once somebody's got one, then we're seeing like that, people coming through and going, now I did that, and realise what they can do with it. And what we're giving you is the opportunity to start with this starter bundle at 114 three-way split pay. Get started, have a go. Anything I say, it's about getting the kit and doing what I'm doing, a little bit of test on scrap fabric, seeing what the machine is able of, as well as obviously me showing you today, and then seeing how you can put it into your projects. You can incorporate dressmaking, like I mentioned earlier, denim jackets. You can grow with the machine, not one we've got right now. Do the jeans buttons, which are brilliant. Rivets as well. Yeah, I've got a little bit here. This is me messing around, but I'll show you. It's the world's tiniest little dinky bag, right? If I was to tell you this is a no-sew pattern, so I cut my own pattern from this, from some faux leather, and see, holding it together, and this is quite thick, is one of those rivets that comes in your starter pack. So that there's one of them on each side. Then do you see I added an eyelet? So we've gone through the eyelets. Imagine if that was a diamante eyelet. That's nice. And then on here, I've just got, it was something that I'd had in my stash. It was just a little lobster clasp. And then I'd even created from the faux leather this little charm thing on the end. Really easy to do though. Can you imagine if I added like, well, we'll come to it in a minute, like a diamond rivet on the end there to keep those together. This thing that I had already, and although there wasn't a specific die for this, to create the holes for the hardware to go in, I used cutting die. So I used the die on that, even though this isn't a green machine piece of hardware. And the handle, there's more rivets. So the whole thing is held together with rivets. Of course, if you've got that skill like Street to be able to sew, there's so much more you can add to your project. But this was a simple way of me showing you today, maybe for a bit of inspiration. It could be, I don't know, a glasses case or whatever. And I think actually that's one of the free patterns that's been in the past with this machine. I'm sure you can still access those. Just to give you inspiration, show you how you can use the machine into a project. So that's it. I mean, little elements in there, your rivets. I mean, if I didn't do this clasp, it might have been a magnetic clasp, again, which comes in a bundle. So there you are. Right, so let's give you another quick demo then, shall we? What shall we demo for you next? Let's do a rivet. Okay, so I'm going to bring this machine in now. This has already got the die preloaded, but again, just to show you, it's a screw-in top, so that just in there like that, and then that gold part that is the base part just drops in. Really nice and simple. I bring this around and I feel like it's weighty enough. You don't have to have it secured to a worktop, but if you wanted to, there are screws that you could permanently fix it somewhere if you wanted to. Apparently Rebecca Reed's got hers on the front window so all the neighbours can see. Do you know, I've got one next to my desk that go all around my studio, and I've got my little computer desk, and then to the side I've got a little cutting mat, and I place it on there, and then I've got all my rivets. Well, I can show you. I keep all mine in a little box like that. And yeah, Dave brings different stories, so that might be one to look out for. But what I would say, a lot of my dies came in little bags. I kept them in those bags for now, so I know what's what. Okay, so what we're going to do with this rivet then, it might be that we're holding two pieces of fabric together, or two pieces of faux leather. So let's go through 2 layers this time, being brave now. I'm just going to go through 2 at the same time. Do my little trick of giving it a wiggle whilst it's under there. It goes through flawlessly, but that's just my little check. Okay, and then what I've got a 3mm hole now that is, you might just be able to see that. Okay, that's cool. Then what I need to do now is place my rivet in. Now these rivets are a really good size. So I'm just going to place it through both of those holes. If it's holding that fabric together, like I showed you with the bag, because that's what holding the structure together. It might be that it's reinforced with a pair of jeans or a bag or added information, because you can get different rivets as well that might just add a design touch to it. And then there's the cap that goes on the other end as well. I'm just going to put that on there for now, because the next thing I need to do is swap out my die. I just need to make sure now I'm getting the right die that I need for this. I'm pretty sure it's this one. See, these ones aren't labelled here, so that's why it's really important. It is that one. So I'm just going to take this, in fact I don't need to, I can leave the cutting one in there. And do a copsy, and I'll, yeah, I hope I've only got the one, but here I've got 2, I'm like, oh, this is easy. Okay, so just going to screw that top bit in now. Okay. It'll be really obvious because the rivets fit in certain components of the machine. So there's a little that's going nowhere now, that's sat there. And I'm just going to push that post on top. You can put the reverse bit up into that. It's like it's not a second, but it will hold it. But I find actually for accuracy, I put the post on so it's already there, and then it just push down and make sure that it's all lined up and I can feel it is. And then I just exert my pressure. Not too much, and that's your rivet on there. 2 pieces of faux leather. I do even more than that, to be fair. I've still got some room on that, but that holds that together really, really well. So, you know, bag handles and things like that, if you're wanting to reinforce certain areas, such of design to it. Right, next up we're going to go with the next set. This is exciting. I'm quite excited about this next one because it's the Diamante rivet set. Oh, this is really cool. I'm being good and putting things back where they should be. Right, let's put this one in because this is one I haven't got yet at home and I'm eyeballing up. We usually need the machine. Look at all these different colours. Now, it's a decorative rivet, this. So it's probably to hold pieces together like the example I just showed you, although it probably can, it's intended to be a decorative piece. Now, it's a $39.99. I'm not sure whether Derek's using these, but it's great to hear from you again, Derek. I'm planning to use the machine to embellish the dame dress. I'm about to make a great addition to the sewing equipment. Do you know what? You're so right. Can you imagine embellishing these? I can't imagine, like, do you know what though? These would be great to embellish stuff, especially for theatrical costume. Something like that. It can be time consuming to sew on the embellishment, or quite often rhinestones are glued on. I know of ballroom dance costumes that I've done in the past, they've been adhered, but they're really, really nice. Even if you did something as simple as a base of this, if you took some faux leather and punched the holes and then added some of these colours, you could make a bracelet, close it with a magnetic snap or a rivet or however. So you get different colours in this one, 10 different colours. It's 8mm. Do you know what though? Like, again, talking about the bracelet, you could do somebody's birthstone or something like that. Like, you could, yeah, highlight anything, put back of a jacket or wherever it might be that you want to add the rhinestones. So yeah, you get the die with it. You don't need the hole cutter with this because you'll have the right size with the starter bundle. A 3mm hole cutter, which is, as I said, what's pretty standard for a lot of these things. But you get the die to put the hard in. So it's a saving of £14.86 on that, $39.99. Right, we're just going to recap some of the bundles again for you, just in case you are joining us today for the first time. But this is the most popular with the machine at $149.99. Getting your die set there for your poppers, your rivets and your magnetic snaps. People have got them in baskets as well. Next biggest seller is closely followed by the gold. There you go. So there we are, $149.99 for this one. I love that you're just getting everything to start you off. These are the main pieces that you need. And then, yeah, you can grow into the machine. Silver is the next one. There's your silver colour, very nice. And then a little bit more expensive, just because of the prettiness of the, and it goes through an extra process to get that prettiness, and it comes off. Well, that's the truth of it. $166.99 with the hardware. And that's your three-way split. Lovely. Related to that colour forever, of course, you can get different hardware in the future, different colours. You could have an array, a collection of ones, or choose for each individual project. Right, we're going to move on now. These, I've not seen these yet. Let's have a look. So we've got some skulls now. It's really interesting. Now, this is £67.34. But we're going to crash the price on these, and you won't believe it. $39.99. Now, these are decorative, but we've crashed the price for today, $39.99. So if you're somebody already with a machine and want that something different, these would be amazing. Can I get a few of these so we can see them? Let's have a look. See one in each colour, and I'll just put it on here. Hopefully you'll be able to see those. So we've got the bronze, there's a rose gold in there, a silver, or is it just gold? It's just gold. It's just the gold on that one. There we are. So there you go. You've got different colours in here, but they're really creative and really unique and interesting to use. And again, you get the die in there to insert them. That's what makes them unique, is they have a very specific die to be able to put that hardware in. So that's what makes it, you know, unique. But works in the same way. So that's these ones. And then the next ones I've got, I like pyramids. Let's have a look at these. I've got these in two different sizes. Which size do we want first, Hannah? Okay, let's do the larger ones first. We're going to go to 6 instead. That's all right. We've got the 6mm ones. We're reducing the price of these as well. So it was £58.02, and we're going to crash that price. Going down, going down. Again, these are decorative to £39.99. Great. These are just going to add that little bit of pizzazz to it. Maybe on a handle. Anywhere, just to give a little bit of interest. There, in those colours there, I've got silver, gold, gunmetal by the looks of it, and again the die that we need. And again, those dies just work in the same way as all the other dies. A drop-in part for the bottom and a screw-in part at the top. You just need to keep these labelled if you've got multiple different dies, so that you kept organised, you know, which die is for which piece. I mean, work it out as you're using it more and more, but it's good to have it organised. £39.99 for those. Yeah, organisation is key for your little bits and bobs for your machine. And if you're anything like me, organising a space is a separate hobby entirely, and one that we seem to enjoy. I can't go anywhere now and not see a plastic box and think, oh, I've got this in there. Honestly, it becomes an obsession. So these are the pyramids as well. So these are going to have more of a statement, more of an impact on your project. So £46.90 originally on these, but Hannah says we're going to crash the price. Let's match it then. So we're to £39.99 on these as well. All right, so this is a set of 12mm pyramid studs and just organizer as well, and the die. The one here, I haven't got the die in there at the moment, but yours will have. So they are your different colours. Very nice. So it might be that you want a few refills and bits and bobs. So they're on the website, and we're going to have a little look now. Maybe it's that you want some clasps or different things that you can use, different hardware. Do have a look on the website, because there's lots that you can get with this machine. So we're going to have a look at the snap poppers. So these are the best way to describe what you'd probably see on baby grows. They're really good. They're really good to kind of use for cuttings, and they're that bit stronger than the plastic versions of these. I tell you, we end up using them again. I use them on dance costumes and on a lot of ballroom costumes as well, where there's a leotard, but the underneath needs to be secured with a snap popper so it can be undone. But yeah, baby grows is the best example of where you see these. £39.99 for these. So I've got some different colours in here. It doesn't come with different colours. Yeah, it's just some of them are not the right way. So baby blue, red, yellow, pink, white, black. So lots of choice there. And of course, the dye to put them in with as well. Fabulous. Wonderful. Okay, so this is the most popular bundles with the green machine today at £149.99. It's the bronze bundle. So just cap there, you're getting the whole cutting die, 3mm. You're also getting your dies to insert magnetic clasps, your rivets, and your S-spring press studs as well. Really great to kind of get you started. You get the foam handle in there as well, and like we've highlighted before, you don't have to just stick to the bronze hardware. You can use any colour hardware, but this is to get you started, and it comes with the bronze hardware in this particular set. We've got another message here. Thank you for showing how to use these dies. Oh, as I have not used mine for a long time, now feeling I'm going to use it. Gail, do you know what? That's brilliant, Gail, in Suffolk. Sometimes you need a little bit of inspiration or a little bit of motivation and encouragement to get in there, back into your studio. And you know, we all lose from time to time. You're so whatever it might be. I mean, I don't think I ever had it. Sometimes you just need that little, because, oh yeah, I saw Adam do that on Sewing Street, and let me go and have a go now. It gives you the itch to go up and do it. So yeah, fabulous stuff. Really, really, it's all of your different makes with this hardware. It's going to give it that professional finish. Like I said, easy to use as well. Let's have a little look then, because we've got a great day coming up for you tomorrow as well. So let's have a look what is coming up tomorrow on Sewing. At 8 o'clock, you'll be treated to fabric panels you'll love. It's with Vix tomorrow, so you're going to have a great day with Vix. I know I always have a great day when demoing with her. So that's 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, you've got new Laurie Holt Peace and Plenty fabrics. That sounds like a bit of a launch. So that's Laurie Holt, Riley Blake fabrics. 9:30, sewing room tools. 6 o'clock, sail away crochet top with Sam Sabido. Oh, I love Sam. You've got a bit of crochet then tomorrow. And then 11 o'clock, Elna sewing machines, taking you to 12 o'clock, where you've got 20% off adventures in crafting kits with Sam Sabido. That's our day tomorrow. I have to say, I have had a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous day today. Thank you so much for all the messages and messages into the studio. It's been really great to hear from you. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. Thanks ever so much to the wider team, to Rebecca yesterday, showing us all that wonderful expertise in dressmaking. And I look forward to seeing you next time. I'll be demonstrating later, but for now, thanks very much. It's been great to see you, and I'll see you next time.
Not only is Sewing live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your snacks and a goodie bag with over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Petlow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be involved in her own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing